mode.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission meeting for January 14th, 2021. If we could go to staff, please. And I'd like to ask staff to let the public know how they can participate with the commission today. Ms. DeBusk, could you public know how to do this? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair Schwartz. For the public, if you would like to make public comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon on the GoToWebinar control panel. This indicates to me that you wish to speak. You only need to click the hand icon once, and a raised hand is indicated by a red arrow pointed down as shown on the bottom right-hand portion of your screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. DeBusk. I'd also like to draw the public's attention to an announcement and some instructions in our agenda. And this is for Spanish interpretation so that we can be very inclusive in our community of all public commenters who would like to participate. And so here's as it reads. If you need interpretation of your communications to the Planning Commission from Spanish into English, please contact the Planning Commission Secretary at 805-564-5309 or by email at pcsecretary@santabarbaraca.gov. And it's also translated into Spanish in our agenda. So again, welcome one and all. And I'd like to ask Ms. Rydell to call the roll as soon as we have all commissioners coming online.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I'll begin the roll call. Chair Schwartz.
Here.
Vice Chair Escobedo.
Here.
Commissioner Bonderson.
Here.
Commissioner Higgins.
Here.
Commissioner Lodge.
Here.
Commissioner Reed.
Here.
Commissioner Wiscombe.
Here.
That is everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. Now let's go to our preliminary matters. And if we could ask Ms. DeBusk to let us know if there are any requests for continuances, withdrawals, postponements, or addition of ex-agenda items. And again, this is the portion of our agenda where all commissioners are to leave their webcams on, please.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. We have no requests for continuances or withdrawals or postponements.
Okay, do we have any announcements or appeals?
There are no announcements or appeals. Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to move to review, consideration, and actions on the following draft Planning Commission meeting minutes and resolutions. And it's for December 17th. It's our Planning Commission meeting minutes, and we can also take the resolution number 012-20 for 1100 East Cabrillo Boulevard and 1414 Park Place. We could take those together. Does anybody have any edits, any changes requested to those two documents? I don't see any hands raised. Would someone like to make a motion to approve as drafted?
I would like to make that motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. I see Commissioner Lodge is seconding the motion. Any discussion on that motion? Very good. Ms. Rydell, would you please do a voice vote on that motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I'll begin the roll call vote. We'll begin with Commissioner Bonderson.
Yes.
Vice Chair Escobedo.
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe.
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins.
I think I need to abstain from one of the items on the park. I was not present during that item. Sorry to break that up.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
That is unanimous with one abstention. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. Now we'll come back to Ms. DeBusk to see if there are any members of the public who wish to speak on items not on our agenda today.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. If anyone would like to speak on an item that is not on today's agenda, please click the raise hand icon on the control panel. This indicates to me that you wish to speak, and you only need to click the hand icon once. The hand with the red arrow down, as shown in the bottom right-hand portion of your screen, lets me know that your hand is raised. And at this time, there are no public speakers for items not on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. DeBusk. Okay, commissioners, you can go ahead and relax, turn off your webcams. We're going to turn it over to staff. I'm going to read the item into the agenda.
Chair
Our
Schwartz?
next item, oh yes, I'm sorry, correspondence. Thank you, Ms. Rydell.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but yes, I just wanted to acknowledge one letter of public comment that was provided to the commission prior to this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. You're keeping us on track. Appreciate that. Okay, now we're going to go to our new item, and this is on the city's affordable housing policies and procedures. I'll read it into the record. And we'll have staff make the presentation. Then we'll go to public comment, commission for questions, and then deliberations or comments. And I'll mention to the commission what our action item of sorts is pertaining to this item. So this is being brought to us in concert with the city's zoning ordinance. The city's affordable housing policies and procedures manual sets forth the affordable housing policies derived from state law or adopted by the Santa Barbara City Council, as well as procedures for use by staff in administering those policies. Updates to the affordable housing policies and procedures are proposed in order to make the document more concise and digestible, update statistics, address adopted changes to city, state, and federal housing programs, and update the appendices. Following review and comment by the Planning Commission, the City Council will review and consider the updated affordable housing policies and procedures known as AHPP for adoption. So with that, who from staff would like to make the presentation today?
Chair Schwartz,
Welcome, Ms. Graham. Welcome.
be me. Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, Chair Schwartz and commissioners. I am Lucy Graham, the Housing Project Planner in Housing and Human Services. As Chair Schwartz mentioned, I'm here to present an update to the AHPP manual, an update which has been focused mainly on the procedural components of that document. Next slide. We appreciate your ongoing interest in this update, as well as other ongoing housing related efforts. So we are asking for your comments on this draft update before you today, as well as taking any suggestions that you may have for future changes to housing related projects that you might like to see in the future. Next slide. As background, the AHPP is a manual used by staff on a daily basis almost, but it's also publicly available on our website to decision makers, applicants, and just the general public. And it guides how we administer housing programs at the city. It contains topics like how we set maximum rents and maximum sales prices for affordable units, how we apply income limits for applicants to our programs, how we monitor affordable properties over the term of the affordability period, how we meet grant requirements for federal housing programs, and so on. Next slide. The previous edition of this document, the 2015 manual, was a lengthy and somewhat repetitive document. So the intent of this update was to make the manual more concise and logical, and therefore more user-friendly. We also wanted to update any outdated information and statistics, replace long verbatim quotes of ordinances or laws with just citations to code. Not only is that shorter, but also it eliminates the danger of inconsistencies if this document isn't updated when those codes and regulations are updated separately. And just to better reflect the staff processes day to day. Next slide. So with that in mind, the changes that we made in this update were to shorten the executive summary and reduce any repetitive narrative that we could find. We updated statistics or removed them entirely if it was something that changes often. And so in cases where we did that, we added a note that you could contact housing program staff for the most current information. And or we do have certain information points available on our website. We replaced any word-for-word copies of regulations with just references to the code section. We were also able to merge some tables together and reorganize sections. And finally, we further clarified how staff performs certain housing-related tasks so that our processes can be more transparent to the public. Next slide. Here's an example of one of the changes that we made. We were able to merge several tables into one. As you can see here, previously tables 2, 3, 5, 7, and 9A all contained information having to do with income levels and income categories. So next slide. We brought all that together into one table, table 2 of the updated manual. And this is just an excerpt of the table, which is a bit longer than this, but it contains on the left housing program, and then shows the allowable income categories, the maximum income levels, and the target income percentages applicable to each program, housing program. This way, it's easier for staff and for the public to access that information all in one place. Next slide. We did add some new information to the manual, but it was mainly references to existing requirements and practices or to new programs that have come about since 2015. For fair housing purposes and monitoring of projects, we added the requirements for the submittal of a management plan and a tenant selection plan. We specified a particular method of income qualification to be used for rental units. We added references to the new ADU, AUD, and inclusionary housing for rental information, as well as an explanation of how we address cases where tenants are over income for the particular unit that they are in, as well as possible waivers for applicants or tenants who have residents who have special situations. Next slide. The 2015 manual also contained appendices A through G, but 3 of those were the condominium conversion ordinance, the inclusionary housing ordinance, and the tenant displacement assistance ordinance, all of which live primarily in the zoning code. And so we removed those verbatim copies in the appendices. And now we have these appendices A through G. So the new ones are tenant-based rental assistance, affordable marketing requirements, and the tenant selection plan. Next slide. Things that we did not address in this update at this time are any amendments to the city's density bonus policy, any amendments to the inclusionary housing ordinances, or to the citywide multi-unit housing development standards. Those will be addressed in future updates, and hopefully when those are undertaken, they'll be more easily incorporated into this refreshed and streamlined AHPP document that we will have. Next slide. That being the case, we do welcome your input on changes you would like to see to housing-related policies, generally speaking. For example, the percentage of units and the level of affordability for density bonus units beyond state law requirements, or consideration of projects that don't qualify under state density bonus law. For example, projects with fewer than 5 units. And if you think that there should be different affordability levels required for ownership versus rental housing projects, or other housing related topics that may have occurred to you in the course of your work as planning commissioners. Next slide. That concludes my presentation, and we are available for your questions and comments. Thank you.
My internet is working again. Excuse me. So we are concluded with the presentation. Is that correct, Ms. Graham, then? Sorry for that glitch there.
Yes, the staff's
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Graham. And I think, do we also have Ms. Doubles with us today in case there are questions for one or both of you? Welcome,
Yes,
Ms. Doubles.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. I'm here.
Okay, very good. So Ms. Doubles, Ms. Graham, you can go ahead and turn your webcam off for the moment. We're going to ask Ms. DeBusk if there are any members of the public who would like to speak to the commission. And if there are, I'm going to ask the commissioners to please turn your webcams on. Again, this is part of our remote hearing protocols that we established last fall.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. And just as a reminder to the public, if you wish to make a public comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. This indicates to me that you wish to speak. You only need to click the hand icon one time, and a raised hand is indicated by a red arrow pointing down, as shown on the bottom right-hand portion of your screen. And everyone will have 2 minutes to speak. We do have some public speakers. First, I will call on Suzanne Elledge. Suzanne Elledge, you have been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. DeBusk and Madam Chair, and to the Commission, I wish you all a very happy new year. I submitted a letter to the Commission that I hope you've had a chance to read, and assuming that this is the case, I'll spare you the detail in the letter and just highlight my specific request that I make on behalf of the Somo Funk project at 121 East Mason Street that you all reviewed last summer. While I know you're focused on the procedures portion of the updated manual today, staff has also asked for your guidance on policy, and specifically guidance on a policy related to the level and a percentage of affordability for projects with density bonus units that are greater than what is mandated by state law. It is staff's position that the current policy requires that all such units are to be low-income units. This requirement would make the Somo Funk project infeasible and is likely the reason why no privately funded affordable rental units have been constructed in the city for the last 19 years. We are asking that the updated document include a policy that expressly allows a range of affordability levels for those units that exceed the state mandate, and that the Planning Commission be given the discretion to make this determination when a well-designed and thoughtful project comes before you that proposes a significant number of inclusionary units, such as the Somo Funk project. As a reminder of the basic facts about our project that's relevant to this policy consideration, we propose 142 rental units with a mix of market, low, and moderate income units. And we propose a local preference program for all the units. There are 27 affordable units with a mix of 12 low income and 15 moderate income, which is 20% and 25% of the base density respectively. This mix reflects the preferences expressed by the Commission last summer and by local housing advocates who have also reviewed our project. According to staff, current policy must be modified to allow anything other than low income for these density bonus units. If privately funded rental units, such as the significant number proposed in the Somo Funk project, are ever to be built, this policy must be updated. To be successful, the city's housing policies must be improved to truly incentivize the development of privately funded rental units. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elledge.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robert Forzenda. Robert Forzenda, you have been unmuted and you have 2 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you, Ms. DeBusk. Chair Schwartz, I do not want to repeat on what Ms. Elledge just said, but my position is more from a policy standpoint. I don't think there can be any dispute that the city's current affordable housing policy doesn't work. As Ms. Elledge just pointed out, there have been 0 privately funded affordable units built in this city in the last 19 years. The explanation is simple. The blanket requirement that we see into the current policy, which states that if a developer seeks more than a 35% bonus density, that every single additional unit must not only be inclusionary, but that it must also be low income, is simply not economically feasible. The cost of land and construction is simply too high in this community to make such a rigid policy work. Instead, we believe and propose that the policy should be adjusted so that the Planning Commission, the decision makers of our city, have the discretion to approve the number of units that must be inclusionary, along with the composition of that inclusion, whether it's low income, moderate income, a combination of both. The reason is simple. Every project is different. And as such, the Planning Commission needs the flexibility to review each project on an ad hoc basis. And we see this, and I think the Somo Funk project is a great example. We came before you 6 months ago. This commission liked the project, liked the density, liked the number of affordable units we are proposing, along with the breakdown between low and moderate units. But instead of getting the project back before you for approval, we've gotten bogged down over the language and interpretation of the current affordable housing policy. Fixing the language will allow not just our project, but other projects where developers want to put private money towards inclusionary housing, allow these projects to come to fruition by allowing you, the planning commissioners, the decision makers of the city, to actually make the decision on what projects are good for this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farazanda.
Chair Schwartz, I don't see any other members of the public who have raised their hands, so I will ask Heidi if we've received any other written correspondence. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison, and to the chair and the rest of the commission. We did receive a written correspondence on this item, and it was distributed to the commission prior to this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. So with that, it's back to the commission. And as we go to questions, I just want to give us a reference point on page 3 of the staff report. Staff has written that in addition to receiving comments from us, any comments, of course, following our questions on the procedural aspects of the policies and procedures, they would also appreciate what they refer to as initial guidance from us on future, more substantive policies and procedures. And they list several topics just for our consideration. I'm not going to read them. You'll see them on page 3, but if you could use them as sort of touchstones as we move from questions to comments and direction, that would be very helpful. So with that, who would like to start our question period? Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to address these during comments if that's okay with you, and not maybe some of my questions touch on some of them, but let me just go through. My questions are going to be focused on the document and the AHPP and the appendices that go with it. So I hope I have the right page numbers here. I'm starting on page 4 of the document, which is page 10 of 72 in our packet. And I'm on the city's affordable housing programs. And the first one I wanted to ask a question on was the RDA. So the RDA, we all know it was dissolved. We have a successor agency, and we have housing asset funds, which are former RDA funds. And so I think this is for Ms. Graham or Ms. Doubles. So do we still have housing asset funds coming from RDA? Is Ms. Graham here or Ms.
Hi,
Doubles? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, hi, Commissioner Wiscombe. Yes, actually, we do still have funding coming from that old RDA source that we did originally have in the way of program income, which is basically payments that are being made on loans that the city still receives as the successor agency. And those are all collected in one affordable housing fund that we are regulated to turn around and help in developing new low-income affordable housing.
Okay, and can you tell me, so we're using these funds to develop affordable housing, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and what sort of, can you give me an idea of how much is in this fund?
Yeah, actually, we are running a little low right now in that we have to save up, of course, several years at this point because we don't have that same really generous amount that we used to have when we had redevelopment. But now it takes us a little bit to actually get enough for a project to assist in that. So just recently, we actually did the 110, 116 Coda Street property, where we gave $2 million to assist in the acquisition of that lot with the Housing Authority. And that's going to eventually develop into 29 units, 28 that are studio and 1 manager's unit there. So
Okay.
in essence, we really don't have a lot because we've depleted a lot of that pot and we're in we're trying to rebuild right now.
And do we receive these funds annually or?
We receive them according to the terms of the loan agreements that are in place. So some are monthly payments, some are yearly payments, depending on if it's a residual receipts project or not. And some may be deferred for a while too. So it just depends on the terms of the agreements.
Okay, thank you for that answer. That was very thorough. Okay, and then I wanted to go on to the community development block grants that you also discussed. And you said that the city uses these funds for rehabilitation of low-income housing. So pardon?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Is that not the correct statement?
Yes, that is.
Okay.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So as a former Parks and Recreation Commissioner, I know the Parks Department gets some community development block grant funds because they're used for other purposes too. So what percentage of the total CDBG funds received by the city are used for rehabilitation programs? And does this constitute the total percentage allocated to your department? So are all the CDBG funds used for rehabilitation, and what percentage of the total does the city receives actually go to your department?
Okay, sure. And I was just going to jump in that now it's only a multi-family program. It used to, at one point at the very beginning, the city had a program for single family rehabilitations. And we actually had a full staff member at that point. It was a real robust program, but it took a lot of time and effort. So the city actually changed the program into a multi-family, helping with nonprofit agencies to rehabilitate their multifamily affordable housing to sustain the units in those properties. So what we have now is we no longer put any of our entitlement CDBG funds that come in on an annual basis into that program, as we are trying to eventually terminate that program altogether. So what we are doing is, again, any kind of program income that we have coming back to us in the form of payments on those original loans that single family residences had, those are coming back to us, and in that same pot of money, we're turning around and we're utilizing that money into multifamily rehabilitations for nonprofits.
Right. I think actually you talk about that, how the single family rehabilitation program's been eliminated.
Okay.
So in the report somewhere, because I do remember reading that. So, and do you receive a specific percentage allocation of community development block grant funds each year or each cycle?
We do receive an entitlement of CDBG funds overall. It's been about 900,000 yearly, and it's been about status quo, a little bit here and there off, but not much for the last couple of years. Now, that money, though, is not put in at all to this program anymore. We're trying to end this program. So what that money actually is for is to actually help all of our human service agencies who go through that annual application cycle through our community development human services committee, and they determine what grants they want to give for human service operations and services. There's a portion of that actually that goes to capital program, where we also will help with different requests or applications to help in different infrastructure projects that nonprofit agencies may need to help them sustain their buildings or their programs, as well as even city programs in like our parks. We can do playgrounds, new playground rehabilitation stuff in there too.
Okay, so I'm a little bit confused because the report says that the funds are used for rehabilitation of low-income housing, and I understand the single family is gone. That's also talked about, but are you saying that you're also phasing out of using these funds for the multi-unit
Yes.
housing? Okay.
Yes, entirely. So, the only way that we phased out the single family, because we were still receiving those payments from those loans, was to redirect them into this multifamily situation where we could actually just assist with a whole multifamily development in order to use up those funds. And we're still in that process. And so it's not a certain amount that we get every year. It's only upon repayment of those original single family projects.
Okay, because this says that the city is a CDBG entitlement jurisdiction and uses some of the funding for rehabilitation of low-income housing. But you don't really talk about that being phased out in this document.
So, yeah, so I think the reason that we have that as the way it is that we still do a capital program through our entitlement that we get on an annual basis. And some of those projects actually do assist in that way. So we do at times put that into that effort, but for the most part, the single family rehabilitations that we had previously, that's the program that is being terminated.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Great. Let me go on here then. Okay, and I wanted to look at the Home Investment Partnership Program, which is a federal block grant program according to your document. The city has committed home funds for low-income rental projects and new owner-occupied affordable units. So I wondered, what are examples of low-income rental projects and new owner-occupied affordable units utilizing home funds?
Yes, so we run a program of tenant-based rental assistance, or TBRA is what the acronym is.
Yes.
And that is ran through, we have 3 recipients that actually provide that program for us, which is the Housing Authority, Transition House, and New Beginnings. And so they actually are able to issue rental vouchers to low-income households to be able to be placed in low-income rental units.
Okay, and can developers also in the city use home loans and grants?
Yes, they can, and we have assisted in the past with our home funding in some developments. Usually we get an entitlement of about $500,000 per year on that. So again, we don't have a huge amount that we can assist with, but we do at times put those in. Home is definitely very much more regulated, and so it depends on the project. Sometimes with a low-income housing tax credit program or project, it can cause a little bit of problems to have home funding in it, but it definitely is something that we try to assist developers with as well.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Okay, and then on page 5 of the document, which is 11 of 72, it states that the following programs are administered from these funds, and then it lists them: the HRLP, Housing Preservation and Production of New Affordable Housing. So are there restrictions on allocations of funds for administering these programs? Do you have those in place?
Yes, we do. Yes, each source of funding has their regulations on what that funding can be put to. And so there's certain ones like our Affordable Housing Fund, which can only fund income limits from low and below that, where our In Lieu Fund, where developers have actually placed funding into our In Lieu Fund because they preferred not to develop the actual unit at the time. That In Lieu Fund can go all the way up to upper middle income.
No, I think my question was not about where the money gets placed. It was about actually the administration of these programs. Are there restrictions on your department for the amount of dollars that can be allocated to administer these programs?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, we do have caps on everything that we are able to utilize. So we have a certain amount per each program for administration costs for that program. In the case of CDBG funding, we have also certain percentages on capital projects, public service amounts that we have caps on. So yes, those all do have very definite caps on those allowable expenses.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, and then the Housing Rehabilitation Loan Program, HRLP, for multifamily units. It says it provides grant funding for rehabilitation of existing multifamily units. And there's a quote in there that I really read 4 or 5 times, totally don't understand. And that is, the city utilizes HRLP loan repayment funds program income sourced originally from CDBG funds to help fund HRLP for multifamily units. So I'm just, I really, I urge you to clarify that because I didn't get that at all.
Sure. Yeah, it is a bit confusing, and I apologize. Maybe we could work on that sentence a little bit more. But what it basically comes down to is, just like I was saying, we are trying to terminate that overall HRLP program. The HRLP program was and is only using CDBG funds. And those funds were given at one point to single family rehabilitations. And so the payments that they are making to us come back, and it's called program income. So that's why you see the program income sourced from the original CDBG funds. That's the only money that we have to utilize for the multifamily. But now we are giving those in grants instead of loans as we try to wind down that entire program.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I'll just start that. I think that probably does need a little bit more explanation. And then
Sure.
under housing preservation, other than HRLP, additional rental units have been preserved as affordable through acquisition, rehabilitation, or a combination. So what's the funding source for housing preservation?
So on this one, let's see here, how this is other than HRLP. So this is really where our affordable housing program funding comes in. So that's the repayments from the old redevelopment program that we had. And that is used, actually, we just did one on North South Sequoias with the transition house, where we helped them to acquire 3 single family residences on one lot. And then we actually gave them the HRLP money to help rehabilitate those homes so that that project could provide new affordable units that we didn't have in our portfolio already.
Okay, and are those low or very low? Those are low.
So those are capped at low. So
Okay.
it's anybody from low and below. Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, and then production of new affordable housing, using funds from former RDA and other local, state, and federal sources. The city has provided loans and grants to developers of new affordable housing unit. City has provided land banking sites for future new construction. So can you give any specific examples of land banking sites?
Not recently. I apologize. I mean, I guess the only thing you could say is maybe our help with the vacant lot purchase with the housing authority.
Right.
We basically did acquire that land for a future new construction, which they are in the process of doing low-income housing tax credit application right now to produce those units ultimately. But as far as land banking, we have not, I'll be honest, we really have not had enough funding to be able to do something of that sort, because as you can imagine, the land costs here in Santa Barbara are pretty steep. So it could be something that we could do. That's probably why it's there, is that it is an eligible use of those funds. But we have not been in a position to do that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay, and then on that page and going on to the next page, it talks about subordination of city financing. City provides low-interest financing or grants to assist in affordable rental projects. And then it says, generally, the city will approve subordination requests when the borrower is taking no cash out of the transaction. So I just want to understand this better, because what happens if the borrower, due to rising land values, is taking cash out to develop new affordable housing? How do you get around that? Or am I not
Right.
reading this correctly?
No, you're definitely reading that correctly. This is also a little further down. I know that there was a place where it definitely is up to our director as well to make a case-by-case situation on if this is something that they can do, primarily if that property has a lot of equity in it, to
Mhm.
where they can actually refinance and take that equity with still maintaining our 80% LTVs, then we can go ahead and do that and allow that new first trustee by the bank or whoever they're going through. We will allow us to be subordinate in certain circumstances where it does like help to produce other affordable units, or in the case that it helps to just preserve that project itself, maybe by doing rehabilitation that's needed, or stuff that actually will sustain that affordable housing for future years.
Okay, so it's, because there's no reference here to the community development director having the authority if it improves more housing, more affordable housing. I don't see anything here. It's kind of it looks like a closed door to me. And that's why I put up the red flag.
I'm sorry, the very first sentence on the paragraph that's right after the last bullet points, for subordination requests that do not fall neatly into either of the above categories, the city will review the circumstances and may approve or deny the subordination, or approve it subject to conditions.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I thought it had the director, but it depends on where we have to go from there. We may still have to take it back to finance or the council at that point if it's something that meets the requirements to take it further.
Okay.
If we could scroll down a bit more on this page, it does say who has the authority.
Right, but
yeah.
my point is more that if the cash is being taken out due to the equity in the existing development and it is going to improve or produce more affordable housing, then it seems to me that it should be clearer. That's all. That could be a possibility. Whereas here it kind of closes the door by
Yeah.
saying that you can't take cash out. So
Yeah, I think, I'm sorry, I don't mean to keep interrupting. I just think that, down in this area that Lucy is pointing out, it's definitely for us reviewed on a case-by-case basis. And in that kind of situation, we would definitely take that into consideration and do what we could to make that happen, including taking this back to finance or council to get approval for that kind of a situation. I think that the manual is such that the staff can know exactly, okay, this is definitely where we could approve these subordinations, but anything outside of this is where we would really need to have further, conditions reviewed and review that on a case-by-case basis to see if we would want to approve those. Or I'm sorry, recommend approval for staff.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. I'll leave that for now. And then on page 6 of the document, which is 12 of 72, oh, we're still on that same page, sorry. You have a really very, very brief description of the state density bonus program. And I realize this is our housing policies and procedures, but it's also talked about in Appendix B in a very brief manner. And I'm just wondering, will the state density bonus program be further described in Appendix B? Or is this, you say see Appendix B, I went to Appendix B and it doesn't really say anything much more than what's here. So I just wondered, is there a
I'm sorry.
opportunity to expand upon the state? Is that your intention, to expand upon the language in the state density bonus program? And the only reason I ask this is you have said in your staff report, this is also a document for the public. And I think anyone, that's interested from reading this and reading Appendix B still won't have any idea what the state density bonus program is. So.
Yeah, the Appendix B should have basically what our procedures would be on that case. Now, to be honest, state density bonus is something that is currently being looked at. I know Tava, I'm not sure if she's on this meeting, but anyways, that is something definitely that legal is also, oh, Tava, thank you. I don't know if you could, she was on here and now she's gone, but there she is. I don't know if maybe you could talk about where we're at with the state density bonus, but I do know that our manual basically just kind of points to that appendix and kind of the outline of what state density bonus is currently and how we are, I shouldn't say now, is currently. State density bonus is what it is. How we handle it internally is what's in that appendix.
There's nothing in the appendix about that. It cites the government code. It says if a project meets the criteria of state law, the project shall be granted a density bonus and incentives of concession as required by state law and be processed as required by state law unless otherwise requested by the applicant. And that's pretty much all it says. So I just, I don't want to dwell on this question. I just think that no one.
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Wiscombe, if I could, you're right that Appendix B, the content of Appendix B focuses on the city's density bonus program, which does not live elsewhere. And so, of course, it needs to be outlined in Appendix B. The state density bonus program, we have a reference to the state regulations. In addition to that, though, on the planning side, not in housing's document, but on the planning side, I believe they are working on several handouts for the public, but one of which has to do with state bonus density, as well as the city's bonus density program. And so, personally, I think that's a good idea because when an applicant comes in, they come in through planning. And so they start the process there and they're able to see what the requirements are. This document, the AHPP, contains the city's bonus density program as specified in the zoning ordinance. And so it's simply where that policy lives. And
yes.
You're right that this is available to the public, but I don't believe that this is where an applicant would begin the process of learning what's required for their particular project.
And Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Wisdom, just to give you a brief history and update of where we are currently looking at the city's density bonus program, which takes in those projects that generally don't satisfy state density bonus. And for those projects, it pulls the projects into our affordable housing and policy procedures, which is then addressed in the appendix. And so that appendix will then also be updated when we begin updating and revising the city's density bonus program, which is in Title 30.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
That's the future work effort that we'd like a little bit of
Right.
insight from you tonight.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, and I didn't have any, on page 7, you talk about the condominium conversion ordinance, and I did not see anything in an appendix on the condominium conversion ordinance. So are we including condominium conversion ordinance in, or did I just miss it?
No, you're correct. That's not in our appendix because basically what we've done with this policy and procedures manual is remove like verbatim ordinances, and we've just referred to the actual municipal code and where that is living at this time. So it's far easier for us if that code gets actually updated for some reason, then it points to that code and then basically our manual stays in compliance then.
Okay, that makes perfect sense to me. Yeah, these things are definitely moving targets. There's no question about that. So, okay, and then on page 9, which is 15 of 72 in our packet, you talk about tenant-based rental assistance, TBRA, which Ms. Doubles, you've talked about before with my questions. But so what percentage of home funds are set aside for this program? And that's the first part. And then second part is, does the demand exceed the funds available? Which I think I know the answer to, but I'll ask the question to get it on the public record.
Right. Yes, true. And so this program is ran a little differently in that we've tried to actually do like a 2-year agreement with our providers. So we don't necessarily put money from home every year, more that we try to see like how quickly they utilize those funds. And then they basically come back to us and request more funding. And at that point, we try to always use some of our home entitlements to do so. But since we get the home entitlement yearly, it's a little easier for us to do so because we kind of try to give them a little bit more time, say 2 years to use that. And so, yes, we have been definitely giving a good portion of our home funding to them whenever they need it. We have right now, all 3 providers are back asking for more funding now because they have utilized all their funding up. We're currently waiting for HUD to execute our agreements and give us those allocations so that we can replenish, and we'll be taking those new agreements to council very soon to give them a replenish on money of that. So as to your question of if they're, if they have more need than what they get, it actually has been that we have provided pretty accurately with them up until this point. And now we're seeing a lot more rental assistance needed just because of the whole situation with COVID and just, people, especially homeless, needing, units to be placed in. And so we are definitely going to be giving a pretty large amount again to them at this point. Okay, I would suspect in these economic times with the shutdown and COVID, it's got to be pretty tough out there. Who are your three providers? It's the Housing Authority, the city's Housing Authority, New Beginnings, and Transition House. Okay.
Good,
Chair
okay.
Schwartz and Commissioner Wickham, if I could add, Laura mentioned that these grant programs do have requirements and restrictions, and we can only use these funds for certain eligible uses. But within that, we do have some flexibility to make choices about how we use those funds. And so on an annual basis, we're required to submit a formal document to HUD, an action plan that says how we plan to use those funds. And so if you're ever curious about how we intend to use those funds, those are available periodically on our website as we're publishing them and gathering public comment. And then not only do we have to do a forward-looking document, but also a backward-looking document. So I believe it's the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. So, annually we're publishing this information about how we use the funds. And I also wanted to add that you had asked about the use of the former RDA funds. Likewise, that has a reporting requirement. So we also do publish those reports annually, and those are available on our website.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Graham, I appreciate that. Okay, I'm gonna move on here. On page 13 and 14 of the manual, and it's 19 and 20 of 72 in our packet. Table 5, which is on page 14, shows the minimum sizes for affordable rents. So we've had a lot of discussions at Planning Commission when we've discussed housing policy and AUDs about micro units. So, and I'm wondering if your department has any discussions on micro units, and also can a micro unit development be approved without income restrictions other than inclusionary requirements in your mind?
So we definitely have had many discussions. I actually get asked about this off and on, get sent a little, oh, look at this kind of new development type of unit. And we definitely have had kind of an ability to see something to that effect with the Housing Authority's development of Johnson Court. I don't know if you've looked at those, but those are very small, but very efficient. I don't know that they are under 150. I think they're right around 220 maybe, or 200. But they are definitely, they made that project to where we could really put a lot more units that really spoke to what the needs were for the people who were going to inhabited that. The veterans wanted a smaller type of unit that was able to be, easier to maintain and that kind of thing. So I think your first question is, yes, I definitely have had a lot of interest in this. We have not actually, other than that, I'm trying to think off the top of my head if there were ones that I knew of come in, and I don't believe so. But it is that developers, like especially the Housing Authority, keep to whenever they're looking at like housing for homelessness, or homeless individuals. So yes, it is something that I think maybe in the future we may see a lot more of, quite honestly.
So would you be amenable to adding a category just called micro units because they're becoming popular in other urban areas?
I think that's what we have our efficiency units here as. We could definitely change that to micro if that's more like what you guys are hearing.
Or efficiency or micro, maybe that's the word. Yeah, okay. That would be great. Okay, and then in Appendix A, No, hold on here. No, I'm sorry. I'm on page 17 of this document. Sorry, Timmy. Which is 23 and 24 of 72. You talk about mortgage interest rates, and it says the city will set interest rate annually to be used in initial sales price calculations using the average interest rate charged by local institutional lenders. So can you tell me what the average interest rate currently being used is?
Okay, so let's see, is this in our sales price calculation?
It's at the bottom of page 17 and goes on to 18, mortgage interest rates. There it is, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Bolton.
Okay, so
Chair
actually,
Schwartz.
yeah, I'll let you take that one.
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Whitcomb, we used 4.3 this last year in our calculations.
And you only update that annually, is that correct?
That's right.
So in an environment like we're in now, where there's rapidly changing interest rates, would you consider updating it more frequently? Or is it just your policy to do it annually?
Well, we set the sales prices annually.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
And also I might mention that our AMI, which comes from HUD, also is set annually.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, great, okay. And then, Appendix C on page 3. So we're back to the TBRA waiting list. So I'm gathering, Ms. Doubles, from what you said before, that it's quite long now, and at other times it's not as long. Is that correct? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but, and then the second part was, does it vary by season or year? So I imagine with COVID and the shutdown, it's much higher, so it would vary by year. Is that, am I assessing that correctly?
Yes, that is correct. The wait list is actually established by our providers that administer this program for us. So Housing Authority would be the one, or Transition House or New Beginnings would be the one that would have these waiting lists and would know. They're the ones that actually qualify the people and make sure that they are also a fit for the unit. There's a lot to it. And so, but yes, you're correct. Sometimes they can go through rental assistance quickly, and other times it takes a little bit because we may or may not have availability of units too. And that's a lot of our issue.
Right, yeah, okay. Thank you for that. I know you covered that pretty thoroughly before. I wanted to go back, I apologize. I just want to go back to Appendix A, which is the inventory. And I wanted to just ask you a question. For instance, you got Casa La Granados, that 21 East Anna Pamu on that. That's on the first page. And you've listed the developer as PSSHC. Is that a typo is that People Self-Help? Okay.
Yeah, I think that is.
You've got that a couple times there. And then,
okay.
yeah, and then I wanted to check and see if, hold on, where is it here? And you also list CHC. Is that the Community Housing Corp?
Yes, it is.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
And MHA, is that the Mental Wellness Center?
HA, I'm sorry, I don't see, HASB or?
MHA, where did I see?
Oh, MHA, I'm sorry, yes. MHA would be the mental health. Yeah.
Oh, mental health, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I don't see that on this, maybe if you could go down one page, I could see that.
Oh, it's on page 31
Oh.
of 72. So it's 1801 Bath.
Yes, that is the mental health.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And then, you've answered that, and then I wanted to go to, Mr. Frederick's letter from the Housing Authority. He made a recommendation to eliminate applying utility allowances for moderate or medium income restricted units. And I wanted to get your comment on that. That seemed pretty logical to me, but
Yeah, I actually agree.
okay.
It is hard to sometimes for a developer to get those projects to pencil when they have to meet a certain amount of a rent that they could utilize. And as he says, he makes a good point in that the higher levels in moderate could usually afford those. Typically, it's, affordable housing is very much typically taking into account the utilities as well. So it is a little bit of a out of the norm policy call to do so, because the affordable housing does try to keep, a certain percentage in housing costs, 30%, for, what a person could afford, and be reasonable. So, but on the other hand, we have to look at what makes sense for the developer too. And so it's definitely a good suggestion. It would be something that would definitely be a policy call on if you guys feel that that would be, reasonable or not to do.
Okay, so if it's a policy call, then we as planning commission would make a comment to that effect. And is this something that you could change? Or for instance, let's take the 80 to 120% AMI, okay, which is moderate, right?
Right.
Yeah, and is it possible to say 100 to 120%, you would remove the allowance for utilities from that, or do you have to remove it from the whole AMI category?
Yeah, quite honestly, because it's so out of the typical affordable housing like mentality, it would be something that would be set just for our city and my staff to do on a procedural basis for that. So it wouldn't be like, I guess I should say, you don't have to do the entire range. You could set that in your policy. It would just mean that our staff would have to make an exception
Right.
for how we do that calculation for that project. Whoever would be approved under that project.
So it's probably easier to do the whole category than just because that's what a developer would do. I'm doing
Well,
moderate income affordable housing. So that's the 80 to 120. So
yeah,
And it would need to be included in the project's affordability covenant.
Right, correct.
okay. Okay, I'm trying to, I thought it was a very good suggestion. I mean, we're missing so much of that category of housing that I
Right.
think any way that we can help and assist the developers of that type of.
Yeah. And I just wanted to mention though, that when we set our rent calculations, we use a target in moderate of 100%. So it really doesn't matter per se that you're doing just a portion of it, because that's what we calculate our rents on, is the 100%.
Okay, and that's where the utility calculation comes in then, is what you're
Well,
saying, at 100%.
Yeah, the utility calculation is something that's set as a standard by HUD basically. And so like we have a utility sheet that tells us how much per utility we allow, you know, for the cost of that. So that would be a call, like if we wanted to include those as, you know, part of the affordable price, or if it's not to be included. So that would be the policy call more so.
Okay, okay, I appreciate it. Thank you all for your indulgence, including Madam Chair and my fellow commissioners, and I am through with my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Who would like to go next, please? With questions of staff. Thank you. Commissioner Higgins, please.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Graham, for the presentation and all the background. My question is, and I emailed this to you earlier today, but it was right before the hearing. Just an accounting or some understanding of the in lieu fees collected over the last, I don't know, couple decades. What's in the kitty there from developers? The statements during public comment are ring true for me in terms of just developers typically wanting to fee out of inclusionary on site, you know, I don't know. So I'm wondering if what's in the kitty and how has that been dispersed and to either Ms. Graham or Ms. Doubles?
Thanks, Commissioner Higgins. Basically, right now, you might take into consideration that this pot of money is only basically from developments that were owner occupied, because we just recently put our rental inclusionary in place. So I believe that started maybe 2004, somewhere in there. So right now that pot has grown. We have a balance of 683,000 roughly in that pot of money. And so none has been given out because quite honestly, as I was saying with other funding that we have, it takes a lot to help a project. And for somebody to want to commit to a 90-year covenant to keep those rents affordable for 90 years, which is our policy, they definitely need, most of the time, a little bit more assistance than that pot. So I guess that is my answer overall.
Okay, so refresh my memory on the Habitat for Humanity project on Cannon Perdido. They received some financing on the land side of things from the city, might have been RDA money. Do you recall?
That was done before my time. I could get you any kind of information and get back to you about that, but I probably am not very good to speak to that right now.
That's okay. No, that's fine. That's a fairly detailed look back question. So how would those funds be dispersed though? You know, obviously you'd have some of your financing for a project that maybe was done by Habitat or another group. You know, could they grab all of that 600 and then, you know, prop up their land, you know, their land loan with those, or who's looking at that pot, if anybody right now, of 600 grand for anything? Is it targeted?
So I honestly had 2 inquiries on that pot of money. And one was going to get back to me, which I haven't heard. The other one was actually a possibility for our own Carrillo Castillo lot development, because it can be put towards higher levels of affordability than low and below, which is of course what our affordable housing fund is restricted to. So that is something that I'm not too sure if we will do that, but we do have, we really have to have and meet timelines though, even on that in lieu fund of once we commit it, we do want to make sure that that project moves forward and that we usually we'll try to give them a certain amount of time in order to develop that full-on project and complete. So it's hard to say that we could just give out that money without getting affordable units developed. So in answer to your land, I mean, we could certainly do that, but it normally would be that we would want to, in an agreement, a developer agreement, make sure that they're going to develop those units and that we could have those under covenant.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, shovel ready. So that's pretty typical of public projects. It's got to be really viable. So
Yeah. And especially with affordable housing, because those funds are so regulated that they want to make sure they're getting those units under covenant and being used as affordable. So,
got it. Thank you.
Welcome, Ms. Brooke. Did you want to participate in this discussion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, in response to Mr. Commissioner Higgins' question, about the inclusionary in lieu fee, I do just want to make sure everyone remembers and anybody who's watching that the goal of the inclusionary ordinances are to actually get the units built by the private developers. So the in lieu fee option for ownership is only available for projects of 10 units or less. So our larger multifamily projects, ownership, rental, have to build the units. And we've actually seen quite a few, I mean, relatively speaking, units actually built on the ground with those affordability covenants on them. That's our preferred way to get the units, but there is this in lieu fee, of course, for smaller projects. And so that's something for the Planning Commission to keep in mind. Within the next year, we'll be bringing back to you, along with our updated multi-unit housing standards, some adjustments to our inclusionary ordinances. So something for you to ponder in the meanwhile about requirements to build units versus collecting fees that then the city could do something with down the road. So it's kind of a mixed bag, and what would the Planning Commission prefer to see?
Okay, I don't mean to tease you, but I thought I saw something in the staff report about it coming back to us in the late spring. Or are you talking about something else coming back to us within the year?
It would be coming back to you at the same time or very close to when you see the draft ordinance amendments for AUD, which we're calling multi-unit housing development standards now going.
Okay, different from setting different rates of affordability for affordable housing, inclusionary projects, right?
Though I think the reference to the inclusionary ordinance amendments coming to you in spring are those that came out of council's direction to us to increase the requirement for rental units outside of the central business district from 10% to 15% inclusionary. I'm pretty sure that's kind of the more fast track amendment based on council direction. But a more comprehensive look at our inclusionary requirements would come with amendments to our multi-unit housing development standards.
Got it. So that would be the, I don't know, I'll say third phase of what we're kind of talking about here today. But looking back into all the hearings we've had on the subject of housing, since I've been on the commission, it'll be about the 16th phase. Got it.
We live in changing times, Commissioner Hagan.
I snuck a comment in there. Sorry, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Brooke.
Any other questions right now, Commissioner Higgins?
No, I'm not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions from the commission, please. Commissioner Reed?
Thanks, Chair Schwartz. I think I only have one or two at the moment related to some of the public comment letters and speakers. And this might be directed to Ms. Ostringer, I'm not sure. And apologies if this already came up in Commissioner Wiscombe's questions. There was comment or recommendations about allowing discretionary determinations by Planning Commission on number of units needing to be deemed inclusionary as well as level of affordability. I think as it relates to projects that max out the state density bonus and are seeking the city's density bonus. It seems outside of the scope of what Planning Commission looks at. Is that even an option?
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Reed, I know that's something the applicant was looking at currently as the affordable housing policies and procedures are drafted, and also the city's density bonus, how they mesh together. If the project is proposing a density that's greater than what's allowed under state density bonus law, like the project proponents that were at public comment, this Planning Commission can approve those units. With regards to the affordability levels, those would be something that we're asking you to comment on, because it pulls back into the affordable housing policies and procedures. At present, that is set at low. All the units must be at low income. What we're looking for is that something that the Planning Commission continues to think is a good idea, or should it be set in a different manner, perhaps moderate? It wouldn't be something that I would recommend that the Planning Commission has excuse the phrase, it's a little crass, but have a free-for-all to do. I think it's important that applicants know when they're coming forward what kind of affordability they're looking at.
Thank you, Ms. Ostringer. Yeah, it does. It does. And in terms, you brought up in terms of the let's see, the protocols for determining city density bonuses. Has there been any consideration of? It's my understanding that the state density bonus uses that sliding scale for determinations, and it's pretty variable. Is that something that's been discussed internally at the city for the city's density bonus?
You know, that's somewhat of a policy decision. I'd ask Ms. DeBusk or perhaps Ms. Brooke to weigh in on whether that's something that we've been considering.
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Reed, it is something that we looked at to see, for example, if you were to extend the tables that the state has established and just allow more and more density, how much affordability would go along with that. So we have done that exercise, but we really haven't started to talk about what we think the city, where the city should go. That's why we wanted to check in with the Planning Commission at this early stage to get some feedback to help guide that.
Okay, understood. And lastly, for now, I think this was public comment submitted by the Housing Authority, and they proposed some suggestions to Section 5A of the rental affordability requirements for rental projects. And part of that was a suggestion that for modification of target income percentage of the standard formula for setting affordable rents with a review and approval process on a case-by-case basis by the community development director. Is, in staff's opinion, is the community development director the most appropriate to make that case-by-case determination? And is there an alternative option to that?
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Reed, I think I'll take that one. I think that, first of all, it's reasonable. It's a reasonable suggestion that the Housing Authority made to adjust that target income. Of course, we have our policy where for moderate the target income use 100%, but that could be modified either at, wholesale as a policy or on a case-by-case basis. As far as who, I'll add for anyone who's not familiar with the suggestion from the Housing Authority, it was that the project would have to demonstrate that they needed such a change in order to make the project economically feasible, and that they would have to be offering additional number of affordable units in order to make this request for a special target income use. And so one possibility is that the director review it. Another is that our loan committee review it. We have the loan committee explained in the document a few times, I think, or referenced a few times. And it is composed of 3 people: the community development director, the assistant city administrator, and the finance director. And so they are able to look at certain things and make a decision without requiring of the applicant to go to city council, for example, a process which can add time to the timeline of the project as well as expense. So that would be one option. And the applicant would have to provide evidence, reports of some kind to show that this was needed to make the project economically feasible. That's how I understood the comment letter from the Housing Authority.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. I think that's a really helpful suggestion, pointing to the loan committee. So thank you. That's it for now. Thanks, Chair Schwartz.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Who would like to go next with questions of staff? Commissioner Escobedo, Vice Chair Escobedo, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation, and many of my questions were answered by other commissioners, but I do have a few. And I guess we'll start with kind of the simplest one. Is one of the parts of this work effort was removing verbatim references to codes and state law. I think something that would be helpful is, I think a lot of times people are going to be viewing this on their computers, on their phones, electronic devices. Are we going to hyperlink to those specific codes or state laws so that if there is more information needed or that they want more information, for example, Commissioner Wisdom's example of the state density bonus law, in which we reference it and we talk about it briefly, but we don't go into much detail, and we even reference the code number. Is it possible for us to add those hyperlinks so that people can then go there if they want more information rather than having to do the research themselves?
Vice Chair Escobedo, through the chair, yes, absolutely. We'll do that. We can do that now, but certainly when we have the document finalized and published, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Links do change, as you know, and so there is the danger of losing that hyperlink, but we will always keep code citation in there. And hopefully this document will be updated administratively and on or near an annual basis going forward. So we can check those.
Commissioner Escobedo, I will add to, I know Ms. Graham referred to planning staff working on some handouts and supplemental materials for affordable housing projects. And we do have online a supplemental application for density bonus projects. And in that handout on the Planning Central website has some more user-friendly, layperson's terms, explanation about the density programs that are available too. So I think we'd prefer to handle any specific code references in our applicant supplemental information rather than ordinances or policies and procedures like this that have to, go through Planning Commission or City Council to amend, but we can, you know, our living documents are those that live on the website. And so we can definitely add lots of cross-references there and making sure the applicants, you know, that's where they're getting the information to help them get started on a project.
Perfect. And it just comes from a place of, which is what this work effort is for, is making it as user-friendly as possible. So as long as that's kept in mind, with whether it's handouts throughout the process, making sure that we get that information to them is what's most important. It was referenced in public comment. Thank you, Mr. Bolton. It was referenced in public comment that there have not been any units that have been developed using the city's density bonus program to this point as it's structured now. And I just wanted to confirm, is that true? To the best of your knowledge, anyways.
Ms. Brooke, are you still there? I just want to make sure that you guys don't have anything that's coming through.
I'm not 100% positive. I know that over the years we have talked to applicants about using the city's program, but I have not, I can't say for sure if that statement is true.
But to the best of your knowledge, a project doesn't come to mind that they incorporated the city's bonus density program.
I can say I know there's some smaller projects where they had requested a lot area modification. It might have been a 1, 2, or 3 unit project, and for whatever reason they wanted to add another unit or legalize a unit on the site, and so they needed to request a lot area modification. In those cases, we did put the affordability restriction on them, but that was more existing developments trying to legalize, and that was their path to legalize units. But I don't recall a project coming in, you know, from the ground up using our city program with that intention of asking for the lot area modification.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see. Give me 1 second. Apologies. Okay, so talking about the document and going to, it's page 51 of the staff report, and in there it references, this is Appendix E, and it talks about having a tenant selection plan. And what I was wondering, because in Appendix G, which can be found on page 54, we don't have to go there, but it talks about a tenant selection plan and kind of what we're looking for in terms of when a developer submits this or the owner submits this. Do we provide a template or an example of what we're looking for or what we mean when we say a tenant selection plan? And the reason I ask is because on page 54 of the staff report in Appendix G, there is an example of the affordability covenant and the option of purchase. So is there something like this that exists so that when a developer, an owner comes in to, even before they submit the selection plan, that they have something to work off of so that they're not building from the ground up every time?
Vice Chair Escobedo, through the chair, we did consider making it a template for the tenant selection plan. I just want to say that Appendix G, the affordability covenant, that's not simply a template, it's what we as staff use currently. And so any changes to that require us to go through this process to get approval. So we actually use that covenant. It's not, not something that can be changed. But
probably not the best example, but the idea would be, yeah.
Right. We did consider making the tenant selection plan offering a template, and in our discussions, a couple things came up. The usual suspects developers, say the housing authority that we deal with in the development of affordable housing, they're used to providing these as a sort of federal requirement for fair housing. For some of the newer projects that we anticipate coming online, where it's a private developer who has not done affordable housing before, do they need a template? Perhaps a template would be helpful, but what came up in our discussions is that we want to allow for some flexibility for the developer, because there just will be so many permutations of types of development, I think. And we're not necessarily dictating how they, for example, operate a waiting list, or if they have a waiting list. It could be first come, first serve. And so we just want to be clear about what it is they need to tell us about how they're going to do this and how they're going to ensure fair housing. And so for that reason, we just went with a set of requirements that we're looking for when they turn a plan in. So it can be a simple document, but it should comply with these requirements. That was our thinking.
And would something like this come into play for, and one that comes to mind is the 7-Eleven Milpas project, in which I think it was a part, or it is a part of the discussion, that there would be a local preference for those affordable units. Is that where something like this comes into play?
Yes, we would want, that would need to be spelled out in the affordability covenant that was recorded on the property. But we would want to make sure that it was clear how they were selecting tenants. So if there was a preference or a point system or something like that, then this would be a good place to include the nuts and bolts of that process.
Okay. Yeah, I'll probably have some comments about that. Okay. I think I heard, and just a follow-up question, these administratively, just to make sure that if there are any links in here, or if there's things that might change, we do look at these at annually, I think I heard, not to touch on policy, but to just make sure that they're good, they're up to date, they're still useful. Okay.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. Let me see. Page 17, I believe, is the staff report. There's a table on page 17 of the staff report in which it talks about the different income categories. And one of this is a big improvement from what the last AHPP was. But one of the things that really jumped out to me is that we have the city's density bonus policies for rental projects right next to the city's density bonus policies for ownership projects, and how different the income categories that we targeted for those two programs. And I was just wondering if you had any insight when we decided to go those two drastically different routes, what the thought was behind that, because it looks like we're trying to hit more of that moderate, above moderate for the ownership, whereas we're aiming for low for the rental. So I was just kind of wondering if you had any feedback or insight about that.
Vice Chair Escobedo, through the chair, I don't, and I will ask that Ms. Brooke weigh in if she feels the need. But generally speaking, to address the needs of low-income residents in a jurisdiction, rental units are a safe way to go. And so that may have been part of the thinking. And then for ownership units, the higher income levels in order to produce units as mandated by the state. Ms. Brooks, do you have a different take?
Not different, Ms. Graham, but might add a little bit of perspective. And looking at the chart, I'm not sure how long these levels have been in place, but I will note that the density bonus, the targeted income for density bonus units for ownership align with our income levels that we target for our inclusionary program. So for ownership condominium projects, the inclusionary units have to be provided at middle income, and then for single family subdivisions, they're at upper middle. So that's my assumption there. And then I could only presume that our rental density bonus incomes are targeted in alignment with the state law, which is low. So that's my best educated response on that.
And when we came up with the city's density bonus policy for rentals, we didn't have an inclusionary for rentals at the time, I'm guessing, right?
Correct, right.
Okay. And then,
right, because we target moderate, right? So
right.
Right.
Yeah, right. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Brooke. And then, well, I don't know if Ms. Brooke's gonna have to pop on for this question too. In the feedback that we provide in our comments, will one of the topics that you'll be looking for feedback on be the inclusionary policies for both for sale and rental? Is that something we're revisiting? I think I heard that correctly, but I may have misheard.
At some point, yes, you will weigh in on that. The reason I'm hesitating is I do believe we will probably need another economic feasibility study done to go along with more large-scale amendments to those programs. So they'll be partially informed by those studies as well as city policy and preference.
Okay, and Ms. Berg, you're probably the perfect person to ask this question too. One of the things that strikes me when I look at the rental inclusionary policy and the for sale, and I don't want to spend too much time dwelling on this because I know we're supposed to be talking about other things, but what was the thought behind not folding in the rental policy into something that looks more like the for sale policy? For the for sale, and correct me if I'm wrong, if it's 10 or more units, 15% need to be hitting that above moderate income range, but they also are allotted a bonus density basically to kind of make up for those units. Did we consider something similar for rental projects? And if so, why did we not go that route?
Vice Chair Escobedo, that's a great question. And trying to think about how far back in time to go. So when the AUD program was adopted in 2013 by ordinance, it significantly increased the densities allowed on those properties where you can have multifamily housing. So the thought was at the time, in essence, we've already allocated additional density to developers through this ordinance, this program change. Now, there's been, of course, arguments made and requests made by developers to also get an additional bonus density rather than having those required inclusionary units counted within their max density. And that is something we could consider going forward. You know, as you're aware, we are proposing to pretty significantly revamp how we regulate multi-unit housing going forward. And so the door is pretty wide open going forward, but I do think we need some more economic information to understand, you know, to make sure that these projects do pencil in the private market, because we're relying much more heavily on private developers to provide affordable housing, then also making sure we're getting the right income levels too to serve our community.
So if I'm understanding correctly, you would still want to wait to get a economic feasibility study before having the policy discussion around making the inclusionary for rentals mimic something closer to the for sale in terms of the bonus density in order to make up for those inclusionary units?
Well, I think that hearing from the commissioners on that topic at any point is useful for our conversation going forward. We just might be talking in different terms a few months from now because we might not be talking about units. We might be talking about floor area or something else that a developer gets as an incentive to provide more affordable units. But in concept, yeah, we could definitely talk about the concept of, do they get something else for going above and beyond the ordinance requirements?
And last question on this, I promise, is if we go to FAR, floor to lot area ratio, and we're still going to have our inclusionary rental policy, will that 10% or 15% be on the amount of units that they get in that FAR? Because it's not, the FAR is not necessarily going to translate to the same number of units every time. So is it, if I'm a developer, I submit a project and within that FAR, I get 20 units, and so 2 of those units have to be affordable? Is that how we're going to figure out the inclusionary aspect, or we just haven't gotten there yet?
We haven't necessarily gotten there yet. We have ideas. I don't want to get too far off the agenda topic for today's meeting, but know that those conversations will come soon. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. That's all I needed to know. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Chair Escobedo. Commissioner Bonderson, question. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you have more questions?
I have just a couple more questions, and I'll be.
I'm sorry. The way you were,
that.
Looked like you were wrapping up. I apologize.
Vice Chair Escobedo, would you mind if I put one question right here because it's on that same chart before you continue, and I'll give you the floor right back? Absolutely,
no problem.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your cooperation. Since this page is up on the screen, and in an effort to help me make sure that I understand, and perhaps anyone else who may have this question understand, I'm interested in looking at Vice Chair Escobedo's questions in a slightly different aspect. And I'd like to know, first and foremost, looking at the very first kind of line item and the 2 columns to the far right, the maximum income and the target income percentages. I'm really interested in understanding the percentages that we see here. Are these percentages that were adopted because of state mandated information that came to us, or was this based on city research and city maybe prior decisions that were made closer to home?
Chair Bonderson, through the chair, the answer is both. So depending on if it's a state program or a federal program, as opposed to a city program, if it's a city program, we can set our own, and we have set our own policies in the past. And so that's where that information came from. For example, the state density bonus law spells out the income levels to be used, as well as the home program, the CDBG program, et cetera.
Thank you. And based on that and what you have brought forth for us to discuss and perhaps modify today, I would like to know if these percentages are things that we as a commission can reduce or alter in any way. Is that open for discussion?
For city programs, I would say yes. So okay. For our density bonus program, just for other affordable housing that we fund with our own monies, then yes, that could be changed. And I'll add, sometimes affordable housing projects, because they are so expensive, as Ms. Doubles mentioned a few times, a developer of affordable housing has to kind of cobble together funds from several sources, many sources. And so it's possible that they could be receiving home funds and housing asset funds and other funds. And so in that case, they have to meet the requirements of all those programs, either development-wide or on particular units. And so that's where the affordability covenant comes in. it will spell all those details out for the life of the term of the agreement.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. I'm going to pass the torch back over to Vice Chair Escobedo. Thank you for letting me put those questions in, and I hope that we can come back to it during deliberations.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. Like I said, a couple more questions. So on the first page of the staff packet, there's a background section. It's pretty short, but it gets a point across that historically, the way that we've provided affordable housing is through two mechanisms, funding and then through regulatory processes and policies. And so as funding has decreased, we've had to rely more on the housing policy. And I'm just wondering, have we looked into trying to generate at the city level an income revenue to fund affordable housing, but also we talked about vouchers, housing rental vouchers. Have we looked at any of those? And if so, what are they? And then I have a follow-up question.
Yes, Vice Chair Escobedo, we have, and I continually look for any kind of funding sources that the city may be eligible for directly to provide us more funding. Unfortunately, it's very difficult beyond being an entitlement for certain sources to actually be able to access those funds directly. But we do have different programs at times that just recently we have a permanent local housing allocation that was set in motion because of the electorate actually voting that measure in, that established SB2, which was the source of funding that was $75 real estate fee transactions within the city all went into a pot to help in affordable housing, initiatives. But that became one of our only sources to actually fund our homeless services provider as well. So there's always a constant pool for funding, but yes, definitely anything that could, something that we think we may be able to apply for and maybe even, be awarded, I'm always looking for, and we try to be all over that.
Awesome. And so then that leads me to my next question is, the numbers are obviously a little outdated by now, and I'd be interested to see an update, but the Coastal Housing Coalition had a report. It was a 2012 report that was on Santa Barbara housing trends. And in one of those sections, it talks about in 2011 what the vacancy rate was for single family households, condos, and that sort of thing. And the number that they came up with, and I've tried to figure out how they came up with the number, but as many as 2,400 homes and units were vacant. And we've seen, and you're probably familiar with, but there are a couple of jurisdictions, both in the United States, and then I believe the first that I've ever heard is Vancouver, where they passed a vacancy tax for residential properties. And they actually generated quite a bit of revenue for people who maybe their second home was there, or even in some cases, it was corporations purchasing properties as investments. And they generated revenue there that they were able to use for affordable housing. Is that anything that we have ever considered as if this number is true, and who knows what it is now, but that's a possible revenue stream for our city.
Thank you, Vice Chair Escobedo. And yes, that is a good question. I have actually been asked that in previous discussions with people. And that is definitely a more of a policy call for, our council and, you know, upper management, but it would be definitely, you know, I think the hardest part would be, I've talked to the Housing Authority many times about this, is really determining which units are vacant and then being able to structure our tax measure on that. So I know it's really hard to come up with a real true vacancy rate. We have definitely looked to our rental association here in town to see if they keep track of that, and unfortunately they don't either. So it's one of those things it's kind of a hard thing to really zero in and narrow down on exactly how much we have of that. So I appreciate that, you know, if you found a source back in 2012, because we honestly, I have not been able to find another source for that. So but it could be a discussion item that you guys take up and possibly talk, you know, more to the council in future discussions as well on.
Okay. Thank you so much for entertaining my questions. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Escobedo. Commissioner Bonder, some questions for staff?
Thank you very much, Chair Schwartz. To be able to ask the question I'd like to ask, I feel like I need to set a baseline to make sure that I understand the answer. So please forgive me if I kind of start with a statement and ask you to help me make sure I'm in the right place. When looking at the different, let's see, charts that were provided in the exhibit Appendix A, you know, we look at the different levels of affordability and extreme low versus the moderate and upper areas. And I'm always a little bit confused, I suppose might be a bit of an appropriate word. And I'm trying to figure it out by myself, but I've also been asked this by different community members, not for this staff report, but you know, for other reasons. And I don't always feel like I'm confident on how to answer. So maybe while I learn, others who may be listening will get something out of this. For us as a city, what is the midpoint of the affordability scale? Is it the moderate point, or is it the middle income point?
Commissioner Bonderson, thank you. So I guess I'm not quite clear of your question. So for for the city, being that we have different funding sources, we have to kind of keep that in mind of what we can put that towards. So quite honestly, because most of our funding is directed towards low and below, most of our developments that we can assist with have and have been in the past in those categories. So that's why you hear a lot about how the moderate, or, you know, they termed it workforce, but, you know, above moderate is missing, is because we don't have a lot of that in the city. And the reason for that is because, one, we definitely are regulated on these funding sources, but like in the case of the Housing Authority, as a developer coming in and developing a project, they actually they apply for, and if they are awarded, they get these low-income housing tax credits, which gives them that gap fill of what they would need to make a project basically pencil to provide those low-income units. And so that's why it's a little bit easier to develop like low and below units, is because they're being kind of subsidized to do so. And so I'm not sure if that maybe answers your question.
That information was very useful. It does help me, but
Okay.
if you don't mind, I'm going to try again.
Okay. Sure.
Although what you said wasn't lost, it was very useful. I think for me, I'm trying to understand when we talk about the AMI, we're talking about that average point. And
Yes.
if I understand that correctly, that means to me that that's the expected income sort of in that middle spot. So I'm trying to figure out where that middle lands, and I'll tell you why. Maybe it'll help the question. If you could, Timmy, if you don't mind showing page 35 or 36, probably 36 would be useful. We often see the number 120, 120%, or we see 130%, 160%. The page is full of these over 100 percenters. And
Right.
so when I think about the middle, I think about the middle being at 100% or around 100%, and then the upper categories being at a significant percentage over 100, so maybe 150, 160, and so on. So in an effort to be able to do my job and deliberate with my colleagues, I'd like to understand what that middle point is so that we can define and determine an appropriate middle. Does that help?
Okay.
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Bonderson, I think you're looking for some background on incomes, and maybe I can help.
Thank you.
So AMI is area median income. So it's a fine point, but you use the word average. So it's not exactly an average, it's a median. And so that supposedly is the number in the middle. So everyone below, half the people are below that income, half the people are above. Now we talk about an AMI for Santa Barbara, but really that number is assigned for the Santa Maria, Santa Barbara, Goleta statistical metropolitan area, and basically the county. So it's a county-wide statistic that's given to us by HUD. So hopefully that helps. The area median is supposed to be the middle number.
Thank you.
But we do have that category middle income, which I think you've noticed is not 100%, but it's a different term. So middle income, kind of more similar to middle class, if you would.
Ms. Graham, since I have you, I recognize that in the packet, I can't find the page, but I don't think it really matters. It talks about the AMI and how it changes every year, of course, and to ask, for it, because it changes a lot. Do you have the most current AMI for our county today?
Yes. Commissioner Bonderson, it's actually in the packet, but it's 87,800.
That's for a household of 4.
A household of 4. Okay.
Yeah.
And does that land us at the 100% mark of where the median would stop? Like that's the median point for today, for this moment?
So as Ms. Graham was explaining, that's the AMI. So that's kind of what HUD gives us as that is the area median income. So that's kind of like not the target, but that's where kind of like that price for that household of 4 would lie. But when you're talking target and we do like sales price calculations and rental amounts, that Santa Barbara, the city of Santa Barbara actually set our moderate at 100%. Now that normally for like state and federal governments was set at 110. So our policy here was a little bit off of the normal where that target is set. And that was to help compensate for, yes, this is a high price area and, taking into a little bit more of a range to help our rent prices here. So I don't know, but I know that AMI is kind of like it's like our standard figure that we have to start from. And so when you're talking these ranges, 80 to 120%, that's actually the income that's off of that area median income, what they have determined. And so all of those ranges for low, very low, or moderate, upper, middle, all of that stuff is calculated based on that figure.
Thank you. Now I'm gonna say what you said to me and just confirm that I heard it correctly in front of everybody here. I just heard you say that in Santa Barbara, we have adjusted our moderate to the 100% marker.
For rent and sales price calculations, yes. That doesn't mean, that means that people still have to fall within that income category of 80 to 120%. But when we set a price or set our rent price, that goes off of the 100% target. I know it's really, it's a complicated process.
It's actually becoming more clear. And to make sure that I got it, can we just look very quickly to the middle income units? And if you could tell me what the range is and where the marker is the central marker on that one 120 then?
Do we have a chart of that? Lucy, do you know? I'm sorry.
To what are you referring, Commissioner Bonderson?
My effort here is to make sure that I understand exactly where our middle is. And so I just heard that the moderate is between 80 and 120. And I'd like to know what the next category,
Oh, I'm sorry.
the middle
Okay, so that would be 120 to 160.
Mm-hmm.
120, 60.
And then
And
160.
so the middle marker on that one would be the 140. Would that be fair to say?
For the range, you mean? Yeah, yes. What we take as far as the target, you mean, or?
Well, I'm really personally, I'm trying to understand the kind of the leap between them.
Okay.
We saw that the lower extreme low was 30 to 50. Then we see 50 to 80. Then we see 80 to 120. And just now you said 120 to 160.
Correct.
I guess to really nail this on the head, my interest is the bottom category is a 20% range, and it gets bigger. It gets to 30, and then it gets to 40, and then we stay at 40, and it just seems like a really big window. So I'm trying to find my way of understanding why these are so large. Can you?
Okay. Oh, okay. So that's a given to us by HUD. So we don't do that. That's something that we're just given. These are your ranges, and that's what's considered these certain like moderate or middle income or, you know, all of that.
So it took a long time to get there, but now I understand. It's not your fault. I'm not even sure how to ask the question. I guess my conclusion here, what I was looking for is, as a commission here today, do we have the access or are we allowed to move these percentages, or are these locked in because HUD gives it to us or the state gives us? They're locked in.
That's correct. It's locked in. Yeah, that's something that we are just, because we have these regulations on that funding, they put those regulations and we can't change that range. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Doubles. I really appreciate your patience, because that question is something that I've been asked outside of this meeting.
Oh.
And I've never been able to quite understand the answer. So that was very meaningful. And I hope other people who are listening got that message.
Absolutely.
I'd like to ask one more question, and it is the topic is on page 36. It's item B, it's city density bonus requirement for ownership units above the first 35% density bonus. And we do talk about the density, the 35 density bonus in item A as well. So whether we scroll up or down, it's all in the same place. I was interested to know if you wouldn't mind speaking a bit more about the first 35% and where that number comes from and how it's calculated. I don't personally see how it all adds up. Would you take a moment to explain that more thoroughly?
Commissioner Bonderson, I think I may defer to planning if they're willing, as they generally take in the project.
Thank you, Ms. Graham.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Bonderson, could you repeat that question?
Certainly. I was interested in just having a broader understanding, if you don't mind speaking a moment, about the first 35% of that density bonus. Where does that 35%, how's it calculated? Where does it land? And if you could just generally speak upon it a little bit more so we can understand sort of where it comes from and how it's pulled out.
Sure. So that number is established by the state through their state density bonus program. Basically, they have a table, and depending on what income level you're looking at, whether it's very low or low, you get a certain number of extra units based on how many affordable units you provide. I should note that the state just updated the law, and so now the maximum density bonus that you can get is 50% rather than 35%. And so if you hold on just one moment, I can pull up the table just so that I'm giving you exact figures.
Ms. DeBusk, if I could just interject for a moment here. I'm looking at the clock, and I apologize, Commissioner Bonderson. When we conclude with Commissioner Bonderson's question, we're going to go to Commissioner Lodge, and then in the interest of time, we're going to take a 10-minute break. And when we come back, I'll ask my questions. So at this point, if we could really try to narrow the questions specifically to the policies and procedures that are before us, then if there's additional sort of information gathering, extra educational pursuits, we could ask staff to provide that offline in between today and when bonus density and inclusionary return to Planning Commission. If I could just ask for everyone's cooperation in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. So just as a very simple example, if a project is allowed 10 units, that's their density that's allowed by the city, and they want to provide 1 unit of very low income housing, then they're entitled to 4 density bonus units. So basically by providing 10% of their 10 units, which is 1 unit, as low income or very low income, they get a 32.5% density bonus. So it's a sliding scale, but that's kind of just a simple example, and I'm certainly happy to go into more detail with you.
Thank you so much, Ms. DeBusk. Chair Schwartz, that concludes my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. Commissioner Lodge, questions of staff, and then we're going to go to a 10-minute break, as I mentioned.
Looks like Commissioner Lodge has frozen. Commissioner Lodge, if maybe it would make sense to take a break right now, and then we can get Commissioner Lodge back online with better connection.
Let's do that. I think that's an excellent idea, Ms. DeBusk. So let's just round it off. Let's return at 3:30, and we'll go to Commissioner Lodge at that time, and then I'll ask my questions after her, and then we'll bring it back to the full commission for comments and direction to staff. Thanks, everyone. We're in recess till 3:30. City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission meeting for January 14th, 2021. We're going to return to our question period. And if Commissioner Lodge has technology support, I'm going to ask her to come online and turn it over to her for her questions. And then I will go at Commissioner Lodge. And then we'll ask all of the commissioners to come back on to begin our comment period and directional recommendations to staff. So let me just pause here to see if everybody's back online. Again, in this virtual meeting environment, we just have to be patient as technology is not always dependable. Welcome back, welcome back. Very good. Just going to take a moment. Ms. DeBusk, have you heard from Commissioner Lodge if everything is okay in terms of her technology support?
Chair Schwartz, I have not. She did go offline momentarily, but it looks like she is on. We've sent her webcam request and there we go. Great.
Excellent.
I kept losing the audio connection for some reason. It was the first time that's ever happened to me. But so.
Well, these things happen. That's why we all have to just be patient with one another and with the technology. So are you comfortable proceeding with questions, Commissioner Lodge of staff?
Actually, I got most of my questions answered a couple of days ago via email, but there's one little one that I noticed today.
Okay.
And that is.
Why don't we have staff come back on, Ms. Doubles and Ms. Graham?
Okay, it relates to the inventory, and that's page 31 of 72. By the way, the word occupancy, every place it appears in this document is missing the third C. I didn't catch that before. I did earlier in some other places. My question is about what is a secondary dwelling? On page 31, there are only 5 units. And
Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Lodge, my understanding is that prior to accessory dwelling units, the city had provisions to allow for secondary dwelling units to be permitted. And so in exchange for allowing that on a lot that wouldn't otherwise be allowed, the requirement was that they execute an affordability covenant to restrict that unit to a certain income level for a certain number of years.
okay, thank you. That clears that one up. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Lodge. Okay, now I'll go to my questions. Thanks, everyone. I'd like to start with process and to ask maybe to the two of you, and I don't know if Ms. Brooke needs to come back on, but I would appreciate hearing a little bit more about why our effort is, I'll call it bifurcated, that is separated, the hearing today versus density bonus and inclusionary, which staff is bringing back to the plan or bringing to the Planning Commission in a time frame described as spring of this year. Can you tell me why we don't have a more integrated process approach in considering these policies and procedures altogether?
Hi, Chair Schwartz. I know on our behalf, we are bringing this forward because it is mostly a staff procedural manual. And so we had been working on streamlining this manual to help our staff as well as anybody that needed to, developers, anybody who needed to reference it would be a little easier to read, a little bit more applicable to trying to figure out, areas instead of jumping around all over the different manual in the past. So We just know that we would like to get this in place for our staff reference. And we know that in the future, if there are changes to the density bonus and different areas, the way that we have actually now streamlined this document and taken out a lot of verbatim, we can very easily change to reference a policy that's been changed without having to redo the entire verbatim structure in that manual.
Okay, anything, Ms. Graham, any additional thoughts, or would you say that pretty much describes it?
That does cover it. I'll only add that ideally we would make minor changes to our document and publish it annually, you know, when the AMI changes or something like that, as needed. And
Okay.
as I mentioned, this has been ongoing, and just I would add that it's only a coincidence that our document is coming within a few months of the planning's effort.
Okay. Ms. Ostringer, I saw you pop on. Did you have anything else to add there from a legal perspective?
No, Chair Schwartz, Ms. Doubles covered it. I was just suggesting from a drafting week standpoint, we didn't see any reason to hold up this procedural changes, and felt like it actually would benefit the commission and the city council ultimately, so that now that we, as Ms. Graham has pointed out in the staff report, it wasn't really possible to do a red line because the changes moving things around made it difficult. So the benefit of doing it in this two-step process is we'll be able to now show hopefully through track changes or matrix where those policy changes that will be made. They're easy to identify, as opposing to put one document up against another and expect you to kind of compare and contrast.
So could I ask you, Ms. Ostringer, in fact, I was going to ask about a red line or track changes version. That's what we'll be seeing, so we can reference and synchronize this document with the follow-on documents, state density bonus and inclusionary, when those two items come to us. Is that what you're suggesting, or did I misunderstand?
No, Chair Schwartz. So that I think you generally captured what I was saying is, yes, this document will be updated and be fresh. And then once we're ready to come and have policy changes in there, you'll be able to see the track changes. If for some reason those policy changes make the document convoluted, we can prepare a matrix. But there will be definitely the ability for the commission to note pages and paragraph numbers and line numbers where changes are made.
Okay, that will be very helpful. Thank you very much for that. And let's see, then I would like to, I think still to Ms. Doubles and Ms. Graham, again, a process question. Was there any particular reason why, in terms of approach, staff did not first go out to the community and seek a practitioner, I'll call it practitioner, sector and nonprofit housing, for feedback on this document before coming to Planning Commission? And I don't mean waiting for public comment like we've had 2 letters come in and that were referenced today, but I mean more of a forum. If we could be in person, would it have been a Faulkner Gallery kind of forum? Now we're in the virtual environment, but really kind of deeply seeking public engagement and feedback before coming to city policy official feedback.
Yes, thank you, Chair Schwartz. The reason that we did not go forward to the public is because this is really an update on the procedures that our staff takes. As far as any kind of policy changes, we are not making any policy changes per se, except for adding our new inclusionary program for rentals. And so there wasn't really a need per se to have public input other than bringing it to you guys too enables the public to also see that what we're suggesting in our changes for this manual.
Okay, I'll wrap some of my thoughts into comments on that. Let's see, then if Miss Brooke is still available, Miss Brooke, if I could ask you a question on a reference you made, please. Thank you. You mentioned that what's probably going to be in order or needed, I don't know if you said an economic feasibility study or perhaps even more than one. Can you tell me a little bit more about that? I'm interested in kind of when and what the scope would be and how would we incorporate the results of those studies into our policy decision making that's coming forward this year.
Certainly, Madam Chair. So you might recall before Planning Commission made a recommendation to Council and Council adopted our inclusionary requirements for rental housing projects almost 2 years ago. We had economic feasibility analysis done. In fact, we had one prior to that and then we updated it so that we had the latest data for the decision makers and the public to consider. And just knowing what's a reasonable percent and in lieu fee to set for a developer when they're mandated to build some of the units and restrict them to affordable rents. So state law does not require us to do that every time. And I forget the exact threshold right now, maybe Ms. Ostringer knows, but let's just say generally there is a threshold at some point where if a community requires, say, 30% of a development project to be affordable to moderate or low income, you have, I know definitely in that case, you have to have justified that through an economic feasibility study. I think you can go up to 20% at moderate without having to require a study. But we'd recommend doing one because, for one, a lot has changed since we did the last economic feasibility study. Also, we're planning to change just how we regulate multi-unit housing. We've already taken some initial steps to increase the densities allowed downtown, which the prior study did not take into account. Obviously, land costs, development costs have all changed. So we want to have updated information to make sure, for a variety of reasons, that we're setting our program at levels where we can actually see units produced, that the requirements are not so high that it actually hinders housing production, because that wouldn't serve anybody's purpose. But that we're not also leaving anything on the table in terms of requiring affordable units if they can be proven to be economically feasible. So,
oh, that's very helpful. Thank you. Do you have a sense of a timeline in which we would need a new, very current economic feasibility study to inform our next set of policy considerations and decisions?
So in a perfect world, we would have that before the new multi-unit housing development standards are adopted by Council, which we're planning for that to occur by July. So we need to get started on understanding the scope of that study. Part of it's a chicken and egg thing, because you sort of need to know what your development standards are before the consultant can feed that into their study. So we might not be able to have these going on simultaneously, but we want them pretty close to each other so that we can update our inclusionary requirements very soon after understanding what the adopted standards are, development standards. So probably sometime calendar year. Yeah.
Okay, and just one last question connected to this. So am I understanding you correctly that the economic feasibility study you see as warranted or needed is really just in conjunction with upcoming amendments to our multi-unit housing policy? It's that package.
Yes, that's the primary reason why I believe we should do an updated study.
Not density bonus, not inclusionary, not what's coming in spring.
Right. Well, if we if we did the economic study too soon, and then we go and change a bunch of the development standards, then a lot of the assumptions in the study wouldn't be correct anymore. So we
Okay.
want to make sure we have the standards pretty well understood.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That was my question on that. Then I want to follow up on questions that were posed by my colleagues, and also 2 letters that we received. First, I'm going to go to the Housing Authority letter from January 12th. And I want to find out from staff, both in terms of, here, let's go. I'm going to go to the second page of the Housing Authority letter. We don't have to have that on the screen. And I think Commissioner Reed asked about this, and this pertains to section Roman numeral V5A in terms of rental. I first want to ask you about this case-by-case basis by the Community Development Director in terms of decision-making, and whether there's any flexibility. Maybe flexibility is not the right word. Let me think about this. I'm trying to understand if we can set a policy, and maybe this pertains to the average median income at 110% versus 100% as suggested by the Housing Authority. Can we set this just as a policy and not have a case-by-case basis? If I'm understanding the language in this directly. And the reason I'm asking that is personally over the years, I've been in this role. I've had some growing concerns about case-by-case basis decisions. I'm not sure that that's the right way in which we should first of all be considering projects. It creates inconsistency and a lack of, how should I call this? Not just inconsistency and lack of certainty, but also a question of the basis for decisions that are not uniform or consistent across the board, that are highly discretionary. So do you have any thoughts for me about that, and how we might make a recommendation to staff to kind of equalize this and have some greater certainty for applicants?
Yes, thank you,
Chair
Chair.
Schwartz?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Lucy.
Yes, Chair Schwartz. So the Housing Authority's public comment letter had several components to it. But in terms of the target income percentage, they were talking about projects that were providing an extra level of affordability. I believe they said more than 20%. And also projects that were targeting moderate, and that it would be on a case-by-case basis by the director. So considering those, you could take those and make those into criteria. So if you were to say that, just as an example, if they were offering to provide a certain percentage extra of affordable units, and they provided evidence that they needed this allowance in order to make it pencil out, and then you could say that it had to be approved by a decision maker. So maybe that's not the director, but maybe it's the loan committee.
Okay. And the sentence that I'm looking at, well, on the second page, Mr. Frederick says a project may not be feasible if the rents for moderate income units target income is 100% AMI, average median income, but would be feasible to meet equity investor and lender benchmarks if the income target is slightly higher at 110% AMI. That's, I think, what he was getting at. And so could I ask you to just make a note about this and maybe help the commission, if my colleagues agree, how might we formulate a recommendation back to you on this if there's agreement among enough commissioners that this could be a recommendation. Again, I know this is sort of an open, free-form format today. You're not going to give us specific categories, but I think this warrants follow-up and some particular attention or recommendation. And then let me just see if there's anything else on the Housing Authority. No, I think that's it for right now on the Housing Authority. Then I would like to follow up on, so Commissioner Wiscombe began, I think, by asking about page 12 of 72 in our package, other affordable housing programs. And what I would like to ask you about is how you envision linking this document to the state density bonus or the density bonus program as it returns to Planning Commission in the spring with far greater detail, because there's not much here, as was pointed out by Commissioner Wiscombe. And yes, there's Appendix B, and I'm going to ask you a question about that. Do you have any thoughts now about how you'll work with the Planning Division to link and align this document, especially regarding the density bonus programs, both state and city? Did I ask that clearly enough, or should I go back to the drawing board?
Chair Schwartz, yes, and forgive me if my answer is a little too philosophical, but the way I see things moving forward generally and during this effort is that planning moves forward with the policy elements. And in housing, what we do is we implement the results of those efforts. And so whatever comes out of these soon-to-be efforts, we want to, in housing, we want to incorporate those as accurately as possible. And importantly, as easy to implement for our staff as possible. Now, what follows on from that is hopefully it's very clear to the public as well. But we want to make sure that in spite of any staff turnover there may be or anything else, that this document explains how we implement those policies from planning and from the decision makers.
Well, that certainly sounds good sort of as a baseline, and as you've said, a little philosophical or conceptual. I'll just leave you with this thought. I think it's imperative that we directly link, we provide not just to staff, but the applicant practitioners who utilize these documents as tools by which they're moving through an application submission and an entitlement process to get projects, housing projects approved. How would they use, put yourself in their shoes. How would an applicant actually use a multitude of documents to line it all up in a very efficient and clear way to understand what the rules of the road are, the rules of engagement? And that's what I'm continuing to ask myself. Would I understand this if I were trying to use all of these policy and procedure tools? So I'll leave you with that, because I'm going to be coming back to this in the spring, this fundamental process and concept for, again, both staff and applicants. Okay, so now let me go, in fact, to Appendix B, and that's, and again, a number of questions have been asked by my colleagues, page 35 of 72 in our packet. There's a sentence that I want to ask you to help me with. This probably is my only other very, very kind of detailed question here. In the second paragraph, the paragraphs, this is under the city's density bonus program. The second paragraph starts, the state law does not address. Let's see, down, there's a sentence that says the city's program is meant to complement I think you mean, I don't know, I think you meant EMENT, by the way. I'm going to follow Commissioner Lodge on looking closely at the spelling of some of these words. It just jumped out at me. Complement and expand upon state density bonus law. Can you tell me more about the expansion reference? Expand how?
Chair Schwartz, boy, when I said that we didn't change policy, we didn't even change typos. So this language is carried over from just as it was in the 2015 document. But to answer your question, this paragraph is in the style of the verbosity that was in the 2015 manual. And it's explaining why it is that the city felt the need to have its own density bonus program. And so where state bonus density leaves off, the city's program is intended to pick up the ball with additional requirements. And allows,
So
it allows for projects beyond what state density bonus law allows.
Okay, and you said additional requirements. So is that how you're defining expansion? Is that the city's program applies additional requirements, or this is very important to me, so that's why I'm kind of drilling down on it. Ms. Ostringer?
Yes, Chair Schwartz. I think what this paragraph was intending to mean is, as you know, our city density bonus allows us a little more flexibility than what's allowed under state law. If a project doesn't quite conform to the state density bonus, they can be brought into our program. Similarly, this state density bonus law allows cities to specifically allow for increased density that's beyond what's set forth in state density bonus law. So I think that that complement that's there is to say, okay, well, acknowledge that state density bonus law requirement that allows us the discretion to allow extra units. And by allowing extra units, we're pulling them into our affordable housing policies and procedures. And in here, in this particular document, which is what we want you to consider, we're saying, okay, if your project, we're happy to bring you into our city density bonus, but if your project goes above the state density bonus, then all of those units that you're asking for, all that extra density, that has to be affordable to low income. And so what I think you heard the public speaker say is that's something they want you to consider. Is that something that we should be looking at to change? Should we consider something, a mixture of low or moderate when a project comes above that density? So I think that term complement is supposed to incorporate all those various ways that the city can look at projects that don't fall strictly into state density bonus.
That's very helpful, Ms. Ostringer. Thank you. So what I would just, tagging on to that, what I would just ask you to note, Ms. Graham and Ms. Doubles, is to more clearly define expand, and if in fact the intention is to further encourage additional housing units, then that's the kind of language that I would be looking for, because that's directional from a policy perspective, and then what should flow from that are sub-policies and procedures and practices that actually then engender that, and we'll get to that maybe a little bit later. But something that Ms. Ostringer said now is my next question, and I don't have many more because my colleagues were so thorough. On the very next page, so in this same Appendix B, density bonus, to a comment that Ms. Ostringer just made down towards the bottom of the page, Mr. Bolton, under city density bonus for rental projects. So here we have the language that specifies the rental projects that adhere to the state density bonus law and are requesting additional density bonus must meet the following 3 requirements. I assume it says all 3. Is that the assumption? Because you have 3 items here. Maybe you could just confirm that first of all. Must meet all of the following requirements. We have 1, 2, and 3. So my question is about number 2. For units within the first 35% density bonus, the density bonus units must be rented for at least, 90 years. Now here we go. To low-income households. I believe, but correct me if I'm not connecting the dots here, I believe this is the issue in question, is the restriction to low-income households as opposed to what we heard from, I think, both Ms. Elledge and Mr. Farazanda, and that's referenced in Ms. Elledge's letter to us, that a request for Planning Commission to consider broadening our scope of authority. I'm just going to say this out loud and you can tell me if I got it correct. That would provide flexibility, I'll call it, to expand, there's that word that we just talked about, expand beyond low income to also include moderate. Is this the section that am I in the right section to talk to you about this, to ask you about this?
Chair Schwartz, yes.
Okay.
Keep it short.
So we have a twofold question. First, there's this language that's restricting an applicant to provide low-income households if they want to go beyond the 35% state density bonus, right? And that's like question number 1, if the Planning Commission were inclined to say, no, broaden that for greater flexibility, low income to moderate, how do we do that? What form does that take in making a recommendation to you? The second part to that, which I think I heard from Mr. Farazanda, a public commenter, is Planning Commission authority to make that and other decisions. And I don't know if that's connected back to the prior page on the reference to Community Development Director, but could you help me sort of put this all together, the two pieces? So who has the authority? Who needs to have the authority? Is it the Planning Commission? What does that require in terms of language change? And then also providing more flexibility to applicants, low income to moderate versus just low income as requirement number 2 in this document.
I think I'm going to defer again to Teva because I know this speaks to who has the authority, and this again comes up to a policy decision. Teva, are you able to help us with this a bit?
Ms. Ostringer, thank you very much for coming back.
Chair Schwartz, and Ms. DeBus can jump in and help if I need it. So yes, what we're looking at, we weren't generally looking to see whether to give the Planning Commission discretion to go above the numbers. However, if that's a comment that the commissioners want to make, that's something we're here to listen to. One of the things we wanted to know was what's that mix? If you're looking at number 2, and for those that above the 35%, what's the mix? Should it be all low? What's the range that you want a developer to be able to look at these policies? And as Chair Schwartz, you always say, to know and understand exactly so that they can sit down with their development and know what they're going to get and how their development, and put that together in a way that's going to work out for them. So we're looking for those kind of definitive things, directional policies that we can look at, that you're giving us, and we can put in this manual for you to review.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to hold a part of myself back for comments on that. Thank you. That was very helpful. Ms. Brooke? Ms. Brooke, did you want to add on to that, please?
Madam Chair, sure. I didn't want to belabor the point, but just to add on to what Ms. Ostringer said, to the extent possible, to try to provide some certainty to developers, we'd like the criteria to be objective rather than case by case. Granted, though, there can always be perhaps a way out of that if, for whatever reason, a development comes along that everybody is really excited about that doesn't match whatever objective criteria we might come up with for the different affordability levels. That's fine too. But and we all know that understanding the rules of the game before you get too far along is helpful for everybody.
Well, I think it's paramount with housing in particular. And we've had this discussion before, Ms. Brooks, so you know where I'm coming from. And so I guess what I'm going to ask, if I could just ask my colleagues to think about this, and please note this for your comments. I'm interested to hear from all my colleagues about this. This has been a request and a question posed to the Planning Commission on a number of occasions. But I think my last question, and it's still connected to this, and to Ms. Brooks' comments that she just made. So here's my question. I'm not sure how, in the brief period of time we have today, and we try to conclude our hearings by 6:30, so they're not marathon hearings for everybody. I'm not sure without an economic feasibility study, a new current one showing land cost, construction cost, permitting costs. I don't know how the Planning Commission can be in a position to provide you feedback on a mix that I thought I heard Ms. Brooke asking for. And for me, and I know I'm going into a bit of a commentary, but I'll just conclude by saying I would feel somewhat irresponsible if I simply tried to pull numbers out. I don't think that's good policy making. So I don't know if you have a tool, I'll call it a tool. If outside of an economic feasibility study, maybe if there's something in the packet that I'm overlooking that would help be a guide to us providing some ranges of low to moderate by way of a mix of units. Other than that, personally, I feel not in a strong position today to provide detailed mix of unit feedback. I wish I did feel more confident today, but I don't feel that I have enough current data, market data. Do you have any thoughts for me before I turn it back to the full commission to begin our comments? Ms. Ostring
Chair
or
Schwartz,
Mr. Busk?
Chair Schwartz, and then Ms. DeBus can jump in. Just to be clear, we're not necessarily asking you for the exact mix. What we'd like to hear from the commission today is, are you happy with the way it is? Do you think it needs to be changed? Should we consider generally, we don't need to get into the mixed use, but maybe as into the number 2, we should consider low plus something else, or just get rid of low altogether. Mr. Busk, you?
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to make similar comments. We're not looking for you to pick a specific number, but just generally, do you think we should look at something other than low income? And should all of those extra units be affordable, or is there an allowance for some market rate to help offset that? So we're looking for more general, broad feedback such as that.
Okay, then I guess what I would ask of my colleagues, and then we'll come back to comments unless there's another round of questions. I would ask as just a point of reference, we're not talking about a project specifically today, but since we do have a letter from Ms. Elledge, and except for the 3 newer commissioners, the rest of us did hear this concept review from last summer, 2 summers ago, really now, that's referenced in the letter. And there are numbers, there are percentages of mix of low income to moderate that I would ask my colleagues to look at and consider without getting into sort of granular numbers, as Ms. Ostranger said wasn't, or Ms. DeBusk said wasn't needed, but a basic ratio or percentage mix, low income to moderate. And again, thinking of where we are in our housing production, and if anybody needs a refresher, I'm sure Ms. Brooke could recap that for us. So those are my questions. And then Commissioner Reed, you had some follow-on questions. I see your hand.
Yes. I think so. Ms. DeBusk, you brought up the I think it's AB 2345, the new state law that provides for a 50% density bonus. with increased affordability. And I've got a question on that. Since we're talking about the city bonus density above 35%, and state law has now changed to 50% with increased affordability. It's my understanding that this new state law, AB 2345, makes clear that municipalities have to comply with this unless a locality already allows a bonus above 35%, which we do. And so I'm curious which one takes precedent, because from my limited understanding, the city's density bonus is far less incentivizing than the state's 50%, even when you consider their increased affordability ranges.
Commissioner Reed, I would agree that our program is more restrictive than the new state law. And I think that is actually a comment that applies to our Appendix B in totality. Our program used to be provide a lot more options for developers than the state law did. But our program has not been amended for many, many years, and the state law gets amended every couple years. And so it has essentially caught up, if not surpassed us, in terms of certain concessions or benefits. In terms of the legal question that you raised, I'm going to have to defer to Tava because I am only peripherally familiar with that bill.
Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Reed. This is one of those bills where the state has intended to try and occupy the field with regards to what municipalities can and cannot do. They've allowed us through, I think it's subsection N, to have increased bonus density or increased density. In this case, we don't have a set policy that says above 50%. So I feel like we're generally in compliance with the state law in this case.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ostringer.
Any other follow-on? No follow-on questions. Okay, Commissioner Wiscombe, follow-on questions?
No, Madam Chair, I was just, I thought you were ready for deliberations or comments.
Okay, I have one more question, but you can stay on if you like. I overlooked asking a question then on page 15 of 72. So bear with me. This is to Ms. Doubles and Ms. Graham. And this question is, what is, quote, affordable? And there's a reference here. It says rental housing where the tenants do not pay more than 30% of their gross monthly income on rent and utilities. Now, could you just remind me, are we locked into mentioning or utilizing this 30%? Because in the city of Santa Barbara, housing is so expensive for all of us, and it's a great sacrifice to live here and pay for housing for everyone. Well, for most, I'll just leave it at that. The majority. Is this realistic now for us? It seems as though it's not, but help me understand why we're still using 30%.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. Yes, so 30% is a typical, like I was kind of explaining before, typical affordable housing formula that is used to make sure that the tenants are not going above and beyond what will put them out, financially. So that comes back to what I was talking about with the target being lowered to 100% here. In the city of Santa Barbara by policy, in that they wanted to keep the rents a little further down, being that it was so expensive here in Santa Barbara. So I think that if you're looking at what an affordable housing program tries to do, is set these percentages so that we make sure that we are not only providing these affordable units now, but into the long term of that affordability covenant.
Do you know the percentage of our quote affordable? And you're talking about capital A affordable, right? We're talking about subsidized affordable here. So we usually call it, capital A versus lowercase a, subsidized, non-subsidized. Is that
Well,
what we're?
Capital A is actually a project that every unit is affordable versus
Okay.
lowercase a. Normally they just use capital A, being that it's the entire project. But the lowercase a is meaning that there are some units in that affordable project that are, in that project that are affordable.
Okay, I'll just leave you with this. It seems to me that the 30% is very much outdated and does not reflect, at least for the city of Santa Barbara, the average percent that renters, and this breaks it out, renter versus homeowner, number one versus number two on this page, that the average renter pays for rent in the city of Santa Barbara. I can't imagine that this is a currently accurate figure. So I'll just leave you with that. I think this requires some market analysis.
And I think I need to just
yes.
point out that that is definitely a state and federal guideline.
I know it is. I just think, I think it's yet another kind of out of touch figure. But, in many parts of the country, this is correct. We have relatives in Georgia. Okay, this is more correct, but not in the city of Santa Barbara. So with that, yes, I'm sorry. Ms. Graham, did you want to follow on before we go to Commissioner? I think Commissioner Higgins has something too. Okay.
Yes, just hopefully a quick comment. I think you are correct that, as we all know, it's very expensive here. The census tracks the number of households that are cost burdened, and certainly that's a problem here. But in this paragraph, in this section, we're talking about either housing that's been assisted with funding, grants, etc., or that's been restricted because of program requirements, concessions granted, etc. And so it is a little out of touch, but perhaps purposely so, because we are trying to solve a problem, which is housing is not affordable. And the way that we do that is we apply this standard of 30%, which, as you've pointed out, is not unreasonable in other places. But that's why we have such a problem here, is that most people don't, most people pay more than that.
Okay, well put. Thank you very much. Commissioner Higgins, did you have a follow-on question before we start comments with Commissioner Wisdom?
Yeah, but I'm going to have to take advantage of a comment on with regard to your question, Madam Chair. And Ms. Double's answer was on point, but only kind of in reverse. If I gather your question was more related to if we could increase the housing percentage paid to 40% or even 35%, we would find ourselves more in touch with what's happening here, and we'd have a greater level of affordable housing produced or acquired. Because the reality is we all spend 40% or more on housing, and I understand the points you're making, Ms. Graham and Doubles, that's the reason why we're targeting even lower, but that then begets an even far bigger problem that our public commenters are bringing up, is that if we're encumbering these projects with even lower income restrictions because the targeting, it precludes more private housing development. So we got really a big time dilemma on how to actually produce it outside of totally publicly financing it. Couldn't resist, Madam Chair, but I liked where you're going with that question, because it is just out of touch, or from where we're sitting in one perspective. No not to disagree with Ms. Graham's point of view because it's just it's a different group of people we're talking about. But my last question is, and for Ms. Doubles and Ms. Brooke, how many people in your departments are full-time equivalent to managing these projects or programs? What do you say? How much
Thank you, Commissioner
maintenance
Higgins. Yes.
effort is happening here?
Yeah. So in housing, because I do oversee several different areas, but in our housing area, we have 2 full-time employees and 1 part-time.
Anybody in Ms. Brooks' umbrella?
Commissioner Higgins, so we don't, so the housing division are the staff who oversee and manage the units once they're online and making sure everyone is complying with the covenants. If you're talking about assisting applicants as they're going through the permitting process, we have case planners and development review section who primarily work on that.
Okay. Thank you. That's my last question, Madam Chair. I can go to deliberations if you want, or take somebody else.
I'm going to allow Commissioner Wiscombe kind of came online and wanted to kick that off. So I'll come back to Commissioner Wiscombe. So if the other commissioners could please turn your webcams on now, we're going to head right into comments. And again, let's just refresh. Let's go back to the staff report, because in addition to any comments you have whatsoever on this document, staff is also asking for comments, if we have them, on the 3 potential additional topics that are on page 3 of our staff report. And if Mr. Bolton could please put those up, or that page, it's 3 of 72. It is page 3 of this report. There it is. And asked my colleagues as a courtesy to share your thoughts on some of the things I've raised. I would very much like to hear your thoughts on those as well. So Commissioner Wiscombe, please start off our comment period and recommendations to staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I might be all over the place. I have a lot of notes, but let me start. So some changes in procedural aspects of the AHPP. I'll just start with the state density bonus program. We've talked about that. I think in Appendix B, the description is inadequate and should further be developed. And then on page 7 to 8, it's 13 to 14 in our packet is what I have. Excuse me while I go there. Under inclusionary housing ordinances, I think we need to provide, and this is a general comment too. These are kind of more procedural things. General comment too, it references affordable rental rate calculations, and they're found in section 3 on page 9, which is 15 of 72 in our packet. I really think that needs to be referenced, because I was kind of going all over the place. Okay, what does this mean? And then I found that section. And so I think generally where we can reference definitions and discussions on what a certain phrase means is really important. And that's just one example. And then on page 15 and 16, we talk about AMI. Yeah, and we have the table on page 16. I think that should be hyperlinked and available online. That changes yearly. We should be able to do that without any problem at all, so we know where we are on that. And on page 13 to 14, Page 14, the table, I think efficiency units should also, I think we should also reference micro units for future use. And let's see here. Bear with me, Madam Chair. Okay, in Appendix A, which is the Affordable Housing Program Inventory. That's page 27 in our packet of 72. I think it would be really helpful here if possible, and I didn't ask the question, to have a category for any state or city assistance for these developments under the programs and grants described in the AHPP. In other words, did they take advantage of any of these? And because it could be that a developer or a citizen wants to talk to someone about how did you navigate through that and get to that point. So it would mean adding another category, but I think it would be really helpful. And I hope staff understands what I mean by that.
Are you referring to subsidized sources?
Yes.
Is that what you're thinking
Yes.
of?
Grants, loans, grants or loans or
Credits.
any programs used. Yes, yes, definitely. Yeah.
Okay, excellent.
And also in that same draft, I think we need a key to identify the acronyms, and we also need to correct the errors. I know people, self-help housing is listed as PSS, whatever it is. It's incorrectly acronymed several times, but I think it would be important to have a key for the public so they understand who the agencies are that are providing this affordable housing for our community. And let's see here. Okay, regarding the Housing Authority letter, Madam Chair, you brought this up, and I think Commissioner Reed did too. He definitely did on page 2, the paragraph. This is on the second page of the Housing Authority letter regarding section V or section 5, rental affordability requirements. I would definitely support the 110 AMI as he describes here. I think that's important. Don't have really a comment about the provision of 20% or more units deed restricted to moderate at this point in time, because I don't think we're that far along yet, but I think that's important for some flexibility. I want to go back to page 11, which is 17 of 72 in our document. I'm still kind of on, I'm trying to do the first question first, the procedural changes, but I'm jumping around a little bit. Commissioner Bonderson spent some time talking about the table on page 17, and I had some trouble with that table too. And what I found were the definitions for maximum income levels and target income percentages. And it says in the document that the maximum income levels are used, and please jump on Ms. Doubles or Ms. Graham if I'm incorrect, but the maximum income levels are used to determine eligibility, and the target income percentages are used to set rent or sale prices. So I really think it's important that these two categories get footnoted with those definitions, so that it's a little bit clearer what we're talking about here. That's somewhere else described in the document. Move on here. On page 11 of 72, this is something I brought up. There's the sentence, under Housing Rehabilitation Loan Program for multifamily units, the city utilizes HRLP loan repayment funds, program income sourced originally from CBDG funds, blah, blah, blah. I think that really does need to be clarified. I had no understanding of what that meant until I asked. And also, if this program is being phased out, or I think this is the one that we talked about, was it the CBDG? No, okay. Yeah, okay, no, and there needs to be some clarification, and I think it's in the CBDG section, of the rehabilitation programs, because it makes them sound like, it talks about the fact that the single family one's been eliminated, and that's in the document, but if this is being phased out to do something different, I think we need to talk about that in the document, and that's the impression that I got from the questions I asked. On page 5 to 6, I had asked the question about, let's see here. What if the borrower, due to rising, it says generally the city will approve subordination requests when the borrower is taking no cash out of the transaction. And I asked about what if due to rising land values, the borrower is taking cash out to develop new affordable housing. And I think it would be appropriate to note that there are circumstances that where this can occur, other than kind of the that might encourage more affordable housing in our city. So
And what page is that, Commissioner Wiscombe, please?
that's page 5 to 6, subordination. Let me find
Oh,
it here.
I see.
Oh, no, it's page 11 to 12 in our packet.
11 to
Of
12.
72.
Okay.
And it's under subordination of city financing. And it goes on to generally, the city will approve, and then, excuse me, and then the city on page 12 of 72, the city will not approve. And that's where I asked the question about, well, if they're taking it out to build more affordable housing because the land values have risen, I think that's important to consider, and that should be noted as a consideration. Let me see here.
And Commissioner Wiscombe, if I could ask you to comment for me, please, on density bonus on Appendix B, and this request from some members of the public about expanding low income to moderate income.
Right, I'll get, yes,
Okay,
I'll get
okay.
to Chair Schwartz. I'm just
Okay.
trying to go through kind of procedural changes first, and then
Okay.
I'll address the other questions.
Great, thank you, great.
Let's see. Okay, you did the micro units. Did that, okay. And then just as another comment, I think it would be helpful, and certainly I would support eliminating applying the utility allowance for moderate or medium income restricted units per the Housing Authority letter. That's in, and the reason why is these units don't really have a subsidy source. So I think it's important that we encourage those, and it's certainly part of definitely our missing middle. So, okay. So let me just go on to number 2 here is level and percentage of additional units for projects that request density bonus greater than what's mandated by state law. So I think I'm not in a position to talk about percentage at this point. In other words, what percentage of the units? I think there's a lot that goes into that, and including this economic feasibility study. And I think consideration of size, bulk, scale, and neighborhood compatibility is important when considering additional density. But I do believe that there should be a mix of low and moderate income units with emphasis on moderate, since the subsidy sources are limited and or non-existent, and we really have not been successful in that category. So I would say emphasis on moderate at this point in time. And for projects that do not qualify for state density bonus under 5 units, or that do not provide low or very low income, what percentage of total units and at what affordable level would be appropriate for allowing additional density, and how much additional density would be appropriate? Again, I'm not in a position, I don't think, to comment on how much additional density would be appropriate at this point, but I believe that moderate income restricted units would be appropriate there. And again, I think that a lot depends upon neighborhood compatibility and size, bulk, and scale of the development. I mean, we're coming out with so many guidelines regarding that in FAR. So I think that's important. And then, should required income levels be different for ownership versus rental housing units? And this is a tough one, but I generally agree that they should. Ownership is more expensive, I think, than rental. So I think that ownership needs to be more flexible at the upper end. So, and I think it's appropriate to use the middle income category for ownership of 120 to 160% of AMI, and rental is where it is 80 to 120 for moderate. And I think that's all I have. Did you want me to address anything else, Madam Chair, that I missed?
No, I think that's a very complete list, and I've noted your entire list. I'm sure staff has taken notes as well. Unfortunately, we're recorded, not only televised, so staff can watch this on replay and get all the details. I think that's it. Is that good for you? Are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm interested to hear from my fellow commissioners. I may change my mind on some of these based on their comments, but this is where I'm coming from, having read the document, listened to the questions asked, and from my fellow commissioners, and where I'm coming down at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. And I saw Commissioner Reed's hand up next, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Schwartz. So as far as the procedural stuff, I'm generally okay with Commissioner Wiscombe's suggestions. I think they're largely helpful. I guess my only comment would be for the Appendix B state density bonus. Yes, it has no explanation. I think rather than just copying and pasting the government code, which is longer now because of the new bill, I've seen other cities, other municipalities give a really consolidated description, summary. So we already have tables, but maybe a table, we could show the sliding scale, and a summary of the incentives. I think there is a way to consolidate it and then just link it to the government code. And the government code is pretty well written. It's maybe not the easiest thing to digest, but it's not too overwhelming. And the rest of Commissioner Wiscombe's comments, I wouldn't object. The one that I don't know what benefit it really provides on that table 5, adding micro units. But you know, it doesn't detract from anything, so I'd be fine with that. As far as the questions and comments that were made on the section 5A under rental affordability, the way I read Mr. Frederick's comment letter was that 110% of AMI was just a kind of a figurative example he gave. That I don't think that was a specific recommendation as much as his suggested benchmark for modification. If 20% or more units are deed restricted, et cetera. I think that was a specific recommendation he made. I think the going from 110 to 100 to 110 AMI was just a hypothetical example. So I don't really know. I mean, I'd like to see that bumped up as high as we can get it. And I don't know if that's enough, if it's, you know, I just don't, I have no way of gauging that objectively. So while I'd like to see it go higher, I don't want to put my name next to a specific percentage at this point. And as far as the case-by-case basis that was suggested under this policy change suggestion, I think staff made it clear that that's not their preference. I think it needs to be objective. So I would not be in favor of the case-by-case recommendation. However, if there needed to be an ultimate decision maker on something that was objectively framed, I liked Ms. Graham's suggestion of the loan committee that was comprised of the community development director, I think assistant city manager and finance director. That sounds like a pretty solid team. Let's see. So now we go back to the policy changes. So the first bullet point, the level and percentage of affordability of additional units. I might need a little clarification from staff or Ms. Ostringer on this, but my understanding of state density bonus is you provide a certain percentage of affordability, sliding scale, and you get a certain percentage of density bonus. And that density bonus is not below market. That density bonus is whatever you want it to be. And I guess this is a question. I'd like that to be clarified.
Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Reed, that's correct. The additional density bonus can be market rate unless it's under the city's program, in which case the additional density is at low.
Gotcha. Thank you. So the new state law allows a 50% density bonus. It could be fair market. There are no restrictions on income levels. And it is a completely wasted effort on our part and the city's part to consider any city density bonus that is worse than the new state density bonus. And that's why I asked the legal question. Which one applies? I would have to imagine that the state takes precedent over the city's policy. But I guess we could discuss doing even better than that. So I read through it real briefly, the new 50% law, and it seems pretty reasonable to me. It's on the same sliding scale. The percentages bump up. Everything's pretty consistent, but the affordability numbers are a little higher, and you get 50%. It sounds pretty straightforward, and I guess we could discuss beating that, but I don't see anybody taking us up on a city density bonus where your bonus is subject to more affordable units when the state provides something much better. So as far as the second bullet point, percentage of total, this is for projects with less than 5 units. In general, I would suggest we kind of apply the state density bonus to this, maybe the same ratio or proportion, and the allowed additional density would be at market rates, just like state density bonus. So you don't provide affordability to get a bonus that also has to provide affordability. And then should required income levels be different for ownership versus, I think Commissioner Wiscombe was right on there. So I would support her comments. And I think that's it.
Commissioner Reed, could you go back to that second bullet and just recap what your view is on that? I was trying to track with what you said and I was intrigued with it. Could you just go back over your thoughts on the second bullet?
Yeah, I'm just deferring to the concept of state density bonus. So we could take the ratio, the proportions, kind of the sliding scale, and just apply it to the projects that don't qualify, that are below that threshold. So there's a whole objective table for it. So if you provide X number of low, X number of percentage of middle, moderate, whatever, you get this percentage of additional density, and that allowed additional density it can be fair market. It is not income restricted.
I understand.
That would be
Okay.
my proposal.
I understand now. Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Anything else, Commissioner Reed, before we continue on?
I'll probably have other, because I spoke pretty generally about these future policies. So I'll probably have some comments as other.
I want to ask something you mentioned. So excuse me to the next commissioner before we move on. I want to ask, as a connector to your comment about case-by-case basis decision-making, that is project review. Staff, could you point us to a specific language in our documents where we could reference this? Because I brought this up and I just want to see if we're all tracking to the same issue as we comment on, more objective than subjective, case by case or not. Is there any directional pointers that maybe Mr. Busk or Ms. Brooke or even Ms. Ostringer can give us?
Madam Chair, I'm happy to take a first shot at what I think you might be asking, but please feel free to let me know. Building off of what Commissioner Reed just said, if you've seen some law firms put together some really nice, a little bit more user-friendly brochures on state density bonus law, and they have these charts where you can just follow the chart right down. It's very clear. If you provide this much affordable units at this income level, you get this much more market rate units. So if we were to do something like that for our city bonus density program, that'd be very objective. It's in a chart. You just follow the chart right down and you see your percentages. So that could be one approach. We just develop a chart similar to that for our own program that would need to at least be either mirror state law or be better in that it's more aggressive in providing more affordable housing. So if that's what you're asking, is like, what are some mechanisms to help make this objective? That could be one way.
Okay, that's what I was thinking also, but I just didn't want to assume anything from Commissioner Reed's comments. Commissioner Reed, you have your hand up again, please.
Yeah, I one last maybe cultural comment to make. I've noticed this in different presentations, and actually Ms. Brooke spoke to this a little bit today. So there's this process of determining. I really appreciate that city staff is sensitive to the economic feasibility of these projects. If our incentives and our program does not translate into realistic economic feasibility, they don't get built. Public commenters made that pretty clear today with our city density bonus program, which has not been successful. So, but this is the comment that concerns me. It has to do with this idea of the city not leaving anything on the table. And I don't agree with that way of thinking. Now, I understand the idea and the motivation for that, but I think the practical result, if as we approach these things, we're trying to just get right to that point where it's barely economically feasible, then we barely incentivize people and we barely get affordable units. So I think we need to shift our philosophy a little bit, and we actually need to leave something. We need to leave more than nothing on the table, if this makes sense. Our policy has to be a little bit more generous to incentivize these projects and these units actually getting built. And this is definitely not this is certainly not a rebuke of city staff. I appreciate that precision. I just would encourage us to be a little bit more flexible in our approach. That's my lecture.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Who would like to go next with comments? Did I see Commissioner Higgins? Did you have your hand up, or were you just stretching?
I was reacting to the seminary. Pastor Reed there, his lecture, so it was good.
Okay, then you get to go next. You get to go next, then, Commissioner.
Yeah, I'll chime in. So I agree with Commissioner Reed. I want to say just sort of, we're not, our job is the Planning Commission. We're the only ones in the Planning Commission in the city that is tasked with having a vision out beyond, the next fiscal budget cycle. We're tasked with planning out on the horizon 5, 10, 20 years or longer. Really, that's where we should be looking to how these policies affect the public interest. So with that in mind, you've heard me say this in the past, but we have an affordable housing stock that was built in the 40s, 50s, and 60s in this city, and that's, you know, arguably it's where the affordable housing is. And so if we look to our policies about creating new housing, the new housing that we create now will be affordable by design, by economics. The new product of today will be affordable, you know, out 10, 20 years from now compared to other new product that comes online. So I have a continuing heartburn over the notion that brand new product ought to be affordable, especially at 30% of median income pricing. I think that is a dangerous place to be, to have a policy like that and to expect people to be able to afford to construct new units. So as evidenced by the fact that nothing gets built, as our public commenters have noted. So there are some projects in the county and our South Coast area that do get built with the percentage of inclusionary. They're few and far between. And so I think with that in mind, you know, I'll be specific now to the questions asked of us. I'm not going to get into the percentage of affordability at this point. You know, levering up and down, but to say that I do think the objective standards are more important. We just have to decide if we want housing built by the private sector or not. If we don't, then we're going to keep that objective percentage of inclusionary or the income level low. If we want it to be built, we should increase it. Now, the only place I might be interested in some discretion or maybe a different set of standards is in the coastal zone. I don't know that it's realistic to expect that, you know, coastal zone housing should be priced the same as housing that's not in the coastal zone. Those are consistent with my comments when the Funk Zone project came before us in concept review. You know, so I don't think it's reasonable to expect that somebody should pay the same amount of rent or mortgage for something that's a block from the beach than I do that's in another part of town. So I don't know if that's a place to head, Madam Chair. Different sets of standards for different parts of town. We might end up there anyway because we have two different zoning ordinances. So I'm just trying to strain my eyes to look at the slide. I've always said that, you know, we ought to be incentivizing ownership units just like we do rentals, because homeowners contribute a slightly different, you know, differently to our community in terms of longevity, their investment in the neighborhood, than tenants or renters. So that's a fact. So we need more of those. So however we get there, you know, I'll support that. So I'll react to some of what else I hear, Madam Chair, in case you needed any straw polls later. Those are my general comments.
What if this is your only chance, Commissioner Higgins? What if we don't do a second round? Is there anything more you'd like to say?
I'll have to interrupt somebody then. No, I'm just kidding. I just wanted to say to staff that I think this is a good update for us to have. I know we didn't, I asked, I don't think this came before the commission when it was updated before, so it's nice to get a refresher. I do struggle with the sort of the piecemeal aspect of our housing discussions and policy. It would be good to put it all to bed for a matter of a couple of years before we open it up again. It's hard to resist that temptation, but we don't give development community long enough to react to it in order to send a project through the lender system and the entitlement system and the construction financing system. So, you know, there's only a certain amount of time in an up market to go get financed and enough courage to go through the proverbial spanking machine that is our city entitlement process, tongue in cheek. You know, before the market tanks and everybody goes away and scurries because of a recession. So I just wish we could bring it all together and settle on it and focus on other things while we let the developers react to it. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Who would like to go next with comments? Commissioner Bonderson, please.
Sure, thank you. In an effort not to convolute this, I'm just going to say that I agree with many of the comments that we've heard now. And without going into great detail, I would like to address only a couple specific things because I have nothing new to add. I want to speak on, let me see, the third bullet point in particular. I'm interested in really really addressing, really shaking it out, that missing middle conversation that is so important to all of us. I understand that generally speaking, we address the moderate income level as somewhat focused on rental, whereas we look at the middle income level more as owner-occupied purchase for sale units. And I think that it is important that we don't assume that one group wants one thing or the other group wants the other thing. Not everybody in the moderate group wants to be limited to renting. And I think that we should be taking into consideration that we should be looking at an overall proportion of those to be for sale, as well as the middle income level. Not everyone in the middle income level necessarily wants to buy, and that there should be enough rental opportunities in that area. I know we're really trying to detail this and to really shake it out right now. So I really wanted to particularly address that. I'm a little bit concerned about how we as a commission can do that and how much detail we can go into. But for what it's worth, I want to put that out there, and really make all of these categories, let's say, proportionate, make all the options available in all of the categories, and really give opportunities to that missing middle so that it doesn't become a new limitation. I'll stop there. We can always come back if there's a question.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. Commissioner Lodge, would you like to go next? Not to press you over Vice Chair Escobedo, but if you're ready, happy to hear your comments.
I'll go ahead. My audio is working. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to go back to when an ad hoc committee was formed to find a way to get affordable units out of the AUD projects that were coming through. The thought was when that was established that given the higher densities, developers would build units, and they did. There were 600 of them, or more of them that came through in the first part of that program. And because of the higher density, less land cost per unit and so on, smaller units, that they would be market rate affordable units, middle income affordable. Well, that didn't happen. Rents were what the market would bear, and in Santa Barbara, that was a lot. So when the subcommittee was formed, or the ad hoc committee was formed, the first thing we were told is that we had to have a nexus study, required under state law, a study that showed that the new units, the new market rate units, created a need for more affordable housing. And so the study was done, and not too surprisingly, it indicated that, yes, indeed, it did create the demand for more low, very low and moderate income housing because the new residents that occupy these new units, the market rate units, create a demand for more services. And most of the jobs that are created under this, because of the increased population, are lower income. Yes, there's some doctors and others, but mostly they are lower income jobs. So we're kind of in a bind. The more, I just don't see that building more and more market rate units, whatever the percentage of affordable ones are, is going to get us out of this problem. We're still going to have a housing crisis, if you will, in terms of affordable income, of affordable rents, middle income rents. However, we have to deal with what we've got. It's very troubling, but we have to deal with what we've got. And I generally go along with Commissioner Wiscombe's comments, although I do not think we should include micro units in the minimum sizes for affordable units. The one above that is an efficiency unit. That's all of 150 square feet. And that is, that is 37.5% of the size of a double garage. And it has to include a bathroom and a place to cook. So a micro unit, anything less than that, maybe that in itself is bad enough. But going to a micro unit just seems to me creating, I can't even think of it as housing myself.
Commissioner Lodge, if I may just say, just as clarification, the term micro unit was just added along with efficiency unit because it seems to be a current term being used. It had no relation to making the unit smaller than the efficiency units.
Okay, so it's just another name for an efficiency unit? Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So where were we? I think
Any specifics, Commissioner Lodge, that you might like to point out from, could be the public comment letters or the specific pages that we've referenced with particular policies that might interest you?
I'm interested in considering the comments from the Housing Authority, but I don't know enough about what the side effects would be, unintended consequences and so on. But I think it is something that should be considered. And should the required, I'm starting at the bottom, should the required income levels be different for ownership? They have to be. I recently happened to go through what happened to the first home that we bought. And it was $10,800 on the Lower East Side. Nice little house that now is over $1 million. I mean, we did add on to it, so it's a little bigger than it was initially, but we sold it years ago. And housing prices have gone up 10 times, while area median income hasn't done anything like that. It's gone up some, but it isn't anywhere near that. And so and I don't know if this is true everywhere in the country, but it certainly is true here. And so income levels need to be different for ownership units. I can, the second bullet, consideration of projects that do not qualify under the state's density bonus program. Well, I think it would be appropriate to consider additional density, but I don't know at this point just how much or what level. And I need more information about it. And then having a separate density bonus different from or greater than the state, it seems to me with the new law, that's plenty. And so I would not be be interested in pursuing that. Okay, I guess that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Vice Chair Escobedo, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll just start off with this work effort in general and updating this policies and procedures. This compared to the 2015 edition is just so vastly better. And so I want to commend staff and start there. I do support the edits that Commissioner Wiscombe had. And it was brought up about in the section for state density bonus. I believe it was Commissioner Reed who commented about there's a way for us to not have such a verbose section that talks about every nook and cranny of the state density program, but at least give the reader a better idea of what it actually is, what are the incentives. And I love the idea, because I've seen it too, Commissioner Reed, is a really simple table, sliding scale, shows you exactly what you get at what income levels. And I think we add a page to this much shorter policies and procedures. So I think that's some really good feedback, very in support of that. I do think in terms of the tenant selection plan, I think it would be helpful to have an example, not to say that you would lock every developer or applicant into using that template, but at least to give them an idea if they had never gone through the process, if this is the first time that they're coming up with a tenant selection plan, that it gives them some grounding on how it should be formatted. Of course, someone like the Housing Authority who's done this 100 times, they have a process and they have a plan, and I'm sure that they'll just go back to what they submitted in the past. But for new developers or applicants, it might be helpful. So I would suggest that as an addition. Let's see. I did want to comment on Ms. Graham's explanation about the what we define as affordable, in particular focusing on rental housing. And I think it's important to, and she made a very compelling argument for me, and of course philosophically, but I think it is important for us to have a North Star for what is affordable, right? So of course 30% of the area median income is not realistic in Santa Barbara right now, but it should be a goal. It should be a North Star that we're trying to get towards. And there are many factors that affect that 30% area median income, one being wages, and Commissioner Lodge spoke to that. And that, of course, that's outside of the purview of this commission, but those sorts of statistics to inform how many Santa Barbarans are rent burdened is important for other decision makers who that is their purview, and they're making decisions that are going to affect income. So I think using the 30% for rental and 40% for sale is actually useful, maybe not for this body and what we're doing, but I think for other decision makers. So I did want to comment on that. Let's see. More on the policy stuff, and I guess I'll go down the line on what we have here. So above the state, the first 35%, basically the state density program, I think in terms of targeting an AMI, I think 80% is too low. We've seen that. It hasn't worked. Albeit it's only one example and we don't want to focus on any one project, but the one example that we have seen that tried to use this program, that was the big barrier. And so I would be very interested in targeting that 80 to 120%. As Commissioner Wiscombe brought up, that is where we need the housing. We have mechanisms to get low and very low. We have the Housing Authority and other nonprofit developers who have access to additional funding that private developers don't always have. And so is there a way that we can incentivize it? And I think this is one way. And so I would be open for that first bullet point, it to be that 80 to 120 AMI for above the state density bonus. For the second one, I am intrigued by Commissioner Reed's suggestion. I think it's a pretty elegant solution, and it's simple, it's objective. I think it kind of clears up some of the gray area. What those percentages work out to be in terms of units, we'll see with such a small number of units, but I think that's a really elegant solution, so I really like that. And then this third point about should income levels be different for ownership versus rental? I would say yes, but one of the things that I would like to see, and I brought this up earlier, is I would like to see at least the philosophy and the approach be the same. So for our inclusionary for sale projects or condo projects, we allow a bonus density in order to recoup the loss that you lose from the inclusionary. And I would love to see that happen for rental projects too, because I think that it at least gives us the ability to open up the conversation, of course, depending on the bonus density, but to perhaps even increase the inclusionary percentage and still allow it to pencil out for developers. So I would be in favor of that. I did want to touch on a point, and I think if I understood it correctly from Commissioner Bonderson, that I thought was really insightful and merits, at least philosophically, thinking about into the future, is home ownership is probably the primary way that many people advance socioeconomic status. And so really that's where you build wealth, is through ownership. And so I understand in terms of who can afford it, I get it. I don't know how we make it work in terms of policy, but philosophically, I am in favor of offering affordable home ownership to other income levels that are below that 120 to 160. And if we can figure it out to where we get it below that, and we offer people who right now currently are renting and they have no, on the horizon, they can't foresee home ownership, if we can offer them home ownership opportunities so that into the future, we can help those people, we can bring up those people and allow them to build wealth, I think that's a very important thing for us to at least take into consideration. Again, I don't know how it works out in policy, but it is something that we should think about. I do have a couple other notes. Give me 1 second. I guess my last point is, I brought it up, and it's something that has come up in conversations that I've had with community members, and that I've really done some thinking about and some research into. And again, it merits more research into how the Coastal Housing Coalition got to those numbers. And I've seen how you can possibly determine whether or not, and this is regarding vacancy rates for condos, single family homes, just properties in general. And there are ways to do it, whether it's using meters, water meters, or having homeowners declare a primary residence. There's a number of ways that municipalities have done it, and there's a number of municipalities that we can at least check in with. But I think we need to strongly consider hiring a consultant and looking into this and investigate the feasibility of a vacancy tax, or some jurisdictions call it an empty homes tax. I find it, again, at a philosophical level, uneasy about the fact that we have people who this is their vacation home here or second home, or they just use it to come to the Santa Barbara Film Festival, which is awesome. But we have so many people who are without homes, or overly burdened, rent burdened, and we have multiple families living in one home. and I just can't justify having empty homes and us not investigating how do we take care of the Santa Barbarans that are here. And I think it could possibly be, and it's proved to be in many other jurisdictions, a reliable income stream for affordable housing, for housing vouchers, for other things that we could have really used if we had it in before the pandemic. We could have really used here, and so yeah. So I imagine I might be solo on this one, but if the minutes could reflect that, so that if City Council can see it at some point, I think it's something we need to have a serious discussion about, and I think it's something that could definitely benefit our community. And there's a way to do it. I know there is, but it's going to take some political courage and us to just kind of get the answer to the question at the very least. So those are my comments, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if I touched on all of the points that you were looking for, but I'm more than happy to address anything.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Escobedo. Commissioner Higgins, you have your hand up again. More comments before I go to my comments?
Yeah, I'll let you back clean up here in a minute, Madam Chair. And I want to challenge us all, particularly you, Commissioner Lodge, and ask staff next time we talk about this subject to come with some economics, what's the vacancy rate? You know, if you look at Zillow.com for apartments for rent downtown that are in the $1,000 to $1,500 a bedroom range, there's like six available. Now, I keep hearing this storyline about the fact that AUD is not affordable. That is ignorant of the economy, and certainly now on top of the real estate economy booming since the time that policy was contemplated and put in place, we have COVID on top of that. And COVID on top of that is going to be here for a while in terms of people in big cities fleeing more suburban or attractive places to live. So we're going to have very high housing costs because of the market that we can only decide to deal with or continue to ignore. On that point, Commissioner Lodge, you know, the impacts of growth, the decisions the city and the county were making about residential downzoning and constricting growth and Measure E in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and quite frankly, that continue today in terms of a sort of NIMBY mentality. You cannot, I just want to challenge somebody to help me understand how more supply isn't going to help. I'm not going to be here telling anybody it's going to solve, but it can't hurt. You have lots of smart legislators in the state of California saying enough is enough with NIMBYism and slow or no growth policies. It's what is right in front of us. No more head in the sand stuff. It's time to deal with this, and no housing or no movement is not a solution for a planning commission or not a NIMBY commission. So I just would like to see some statistics. I don't find that apartments that are $2,000 a month are that per bedroom, I should say. I would like them to be lower, but they're not going to be lower. If you have a 2-bedroom place and it prices out at $4,500 a month, I think that's within about 120% of median moderate income. So it's certainly not low or very low or median, but it does serve the missing middle people that are out there. And that product that gets developed and delivered by the private market will be here 20 years as our affordable housing stock. So I'd like to just kind of solve this notion and tell us what the apartments are coming out on the street are now. How far away are they from median and moderate and workforce family incomes?
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. I'll go ahead and provide my comments now. Okay, Commissioner Lodge, and then let's wrap up. If Commissioner Lodge, we can't hear you. But if we could start to wrap this up, and then I'm going to provide my comments. I don't want to have too much back and forth because
I'm not going
then
to
we're
get-
kind of straying from the task at hand here.
I'm not going to get into a discussion with Commissioner Higgins. I do want to say that I like the idea of the vacation, the second homes, and what Commissioner Escobedo was talking about, and would like to explore that further.
Oh, vacancy? Okay, vacancy, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
very good. Thanks to one and all. I'll provide some summary comments. First, the comments made and recommendations by Commissioner Wiscombe and Commissioner Reed, along with others, really resonate with me. And before I get into any specifics, I want to thank Ms. Doubles and Ms. Graham for all of the work. As they know, I began communications with them early last year with my own interest, and I knew the Planning Commission would be very eager to see this come forward in the most modernized and robust way. So I appreciate that we're seeing this now. And having said that, and this is the companion comment to the question I raised, I think it is not only important, but vital that these affordable housing policies and procedures be clearly linked to, synchronized with all of the other follow-on housing-related policies that the Planning Commission and ultimately the Council are going to take up this year. So it's on staff and the City Attorney's Office as to how to figure out how to create those links in a way that make it easy for staff and public practitioners, applicants, to understand how to use these various tools. But I can't impress upon staff enough how important that part of the process is. Now, in terms of an economic feasibility study, and to come back to the information we received from Ms. Brooke, I don't believe that we have the luxury of waiting until the second quarter, close to the summertime, to have an economic feasibility study conducted. And maybe it's not called that. I know there are different scopes of these sorts of economic studies that are possible depending upon the task at hand, or the use or uses that are intended for these studies. But from what I've heard from my fellow commissioners, and I wholeheartedly agree, we need current market data. I'll just do a quick recap for the commissioners who were here in 2019. You'll recall I had particular heartburn over what I considered to be lack of current data used by Kaiser Marston in the 2019 study that was brought to us as we were to consider a brand new inclusionary housing policy. Was that 2019 or 2018, Commissioner Wiscombe? Boy, it's the years are flying by. But you'll recall, and the reason I was critical of that study, and this is germane to our task today, is that we the city, we the Planning Commission must have current, accurate market data that is tested, I'll call it tested by the local experts and practitioners. You'll recall that did not happen. So as a proposed inclusionary housing policy went from the Planning Commission to the Council, no offense to anybody, it's just the fact that we were not using current, accurate market information in establishing a very important new housing policy called inclusionary. So now to the task we have before us. Here again, no new economic feasibility study, no new current, accurate market data. And so, as you heard me say in connection with some of my questions, I'm highly reluctant and really don't feel that it's responsible to back myself into a corner with just swags, for lack of a technical term, swags of percentages and proportions and units, low income, moderate. That's right back where we were, in my opinion, when we looked at inclusionary. So to me, it's irresponsible, and I'm not going to do that today, and I'm going to wait for current accurate market data. Okay. Again, piggybacking off of most of my colleagues' comments that I'm in agreement with, let me go to some particulars if I could. You know, the discussion, page 15 of 72, regarding what is affordable. And my mind's gone back and forth as I've listened to my colleagues and answers from staff about, 30% for rental, 40% ownership. I know these are very desirable, virtuous, and at one time, entirely realistic percentages. However, here's my concern about using 30% for the rental housing income, not paying more than 30%. We'd all love to not have to pay more than 30% of our income to live in Santa Barbara. And for those of us who were not fortunate enough to be here and buy or rent and have our families in the 60s, 70s, my family moved here in 67. My parents were able to afford their first home in 1968. You recall, Commissioner Lodge, what a different time Santa Barbara was in the 60s and 70s for even someone like my family, a UCSB family. You can do that. You can't do that now. So I really question what we're doing to ourselves and the community and our policies by setting this, in my opinion, unless you're a subsidized nonprofit housing developer, self-help, people self-help housing authority, what are we doing in continuing to use the 30%? Okay, back to some other particulars. I want to go to the housing authority letter. And I want to say in full disclosure, several weeks ago, not as a lead up to our hearing today, so there's no conflict there, but I had a discussion with Rob Fredericks, the CEO of the Housing Authority, and Ken Triguero, who's the new CEO of People Self-Help, just about what they're experiencing right now, the challenges, the successes, and it became very clear, especially in the rental market, that unless they can partner with the private sector in far greater percentages than they ever have or are currently, we will have very little new housing, rental housing units developed at all. We know all the reasons why. So, hearing from Mr. Fredericks that the Housing Authority provides around 6%, is a non-Section 8 voucher, around 6% of the housing rental units in the city means, what does that mean? 94% or so of all the housing rental units in our city are invested in, constructed by, owned by, and managed by the private sector. We really, I feel, need to let that sink in, because that message is we must seek input from, we must seek investment from, and we have to bring to the table the private sector to have any chance of getting not only, of course, home ownership, but in this case, rental housing. And the last time I looked, 60 to 61% of the city are renters. So back to the Housing Authority. Thank you for letting me share that information. I don't know if Mr. Fredericks on the second page of his letter was sort of giving an example of the 110% average median income when he said he would recommend a benchmark slightly higher than the 100% AMI. Perhaps staff could check in with him. Maybe we don't want to box ourselves in today with the 110, but clearly the direction he's asking us to go in is higher than 100. So I would just suggest that staff confer with Mr. Fredericks on that. Now let me go to, if I could, Appendix B and the density bonus and our conversation around this. I too have seen some matrices, some tables provided by a couple of law firms. I think they're in Northern California primarily, the ones I've seen, that make clear, concise, condensed, very easy to read information on how to understand and comply with state density bonus law. And we've got to continue to press ourselves to create those kinds of tools, both for staff reviewing applications and also the public. So I think we need something like that here. I, for one, am in support of expanding. Again, this is page 36 of 72 in our packet. Our current requirement of just low-income households for units that follow the state density bonus law, and expand that to low-income to moderate. When I look at the letter from Ms. Elledge, and she spoke in public comment today on page 2 of her letter, you know, there's a description, of course, on a specific project. We're not here to talk about the details of that project, but the mix of low income to moderate, I come back to my statement that I don't feel I'm on sure footing today to even try to recommend some way to evaluate low income versus moderate percentages, proportions. So here again, I think that what's critical is for staff to engage with the private sector practitioners. And I say private sector, I should also add, and our nonprofit housing developers, I've already mentioned, to seek their detailed, comprehensive feedback on all of this. We are not the housing developers, even though some of us are private practitioners in some regards here on the commission. We're not a substitute for both the nonprofit housing developers and the private sector housing developers. And not only if we don't seek their input, that means we're also not going to get their buy-in. And again, I go back to the 94% of the housing units in Santa Barbara have been invested in and built by the private sector. So they are the key, and we need to view them as partners, I think, in addressing our ongoing housing shortage. So for these 3 bullet points, you know, I think you've already heard from me that I really can't speak to details for all the reasons I've already mentioned, even including the 3rd one, should required income levels be different for ownership versus rental. I just don't feel that I have enough information, and I'm not an expert in this area. And I will also say editorially, being a renter myself, I've known many renters and I've known many homeowners, and also as a planning commissioner, we have had site visits to properties of homeowners, of multi-unit private sector property owners. And I can tell you there's a great range of care for property, respect for property, and respect for neighbors that, in my opinion, cuts completely across renters and homeowners. In other words, you could really mix it up. Some renters haven't been respectful, and some property owners are not respectful of what they're doing with the property, of how they are with neighbors. So I think it's important to not prejudge and to really just look at, again, very fact-based and objectively across our city, what we need to face the music on what we're going to do together with all of the sectors involved to produce housing, and what the city's role is in being an important partner in making that happen. And I think we're heading in a good direction. And I'll look forward to the spring when we have density bonus and inclusionary coming back. So with that, are there any other comments before I ask staff to come back and let us know if we have not sufficiently provided you directional comments that I know you're going to compile and take on to the full council, not ordinance committee, but the full council. Perhaps Ms. DeBusk, if you could just, or Ms. Miss Doubles, either one. Oh, I'm sorry. Hang tight, staff. Commissioner Reed, would you like to further comment before we go to staff?
Yeah, Chair Schwartz, there's one thing I left off my list. I would be in support of the Housing Authority's recommendation for the changes to the utility allowances as well. Just wanted to.
Right. I didn't mention that in particular. I was just sort of bringing together most of the comments I heard from the commission. Anything else before we go to staff to see if they need anything else from us today on this? No. Okay, Ms. Doubles or Ms. Graham or Ms. DeBusk and whoever would like to just let us know if we have provided you. I'm sure we've provided you enough. The question is there more that you would like in any particular subject area that we've overlooked?
Right. Well, thank you, Chair Schwartz and all of the commissioners. We really appreciate all of your time that you have put into reviewing and giving us some suggestions. Very appreciative of that. I believe that we, on my end anyway, we are good. We've taken notes on all that you have said, and we will go forward with doing those. And I know Lucy is here too. I didn't know if Lucy had something to say, but I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Graham, anything else?
Chair Schwartz and commissioners, just to echo what Ms. Doubles said, thank you very much for your review and your comments. We did not intend to cause any discomfort by asking you to provide specifics, specific numbers, but simply the opportunity to give us direction as we go forward and try to improve these programs to better achieve housing in the city. So thank you.
Thank you. And just so you know, Ms. Graham, we're comfortable being uncomfortable. That's the Planning Commission and that's the job we have. So please, no apologies needed there. Okay, so we've heard from Ms. Graham and Ms. Doubles. I take it Ms. DeBusk or Ms. Brooke don't need to come on then. So with that, again, we didn't vote on it, so there's no disclosure needed in terms of an appeal and whatnot. We've wrapped up this item, and now we can go to our administrative agenda for committee and liaison reports. Would anybody like to give a report on anything from last Thursday? Commissioner Higgins, please.
There was a show hearing with 3 items yesterday, lot mods, ADU, and but no appeals as of yet.
Okay, some things happening over there. Yes, Commissioner Bonderson, please.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. I just want to let everyone know that there was an ABR meeting this Monday, first one of the year. And just want to mention that the police station came back for its follow-up concept review. So they were continued last time. They came back again. They're still under review, but this is a project that will be eventually coming to the Planning Commission. So if anyone's particularly curious about this or wants to keep up with it, I would recommend that you take a peek at Monday's ABR meeting.
Is that our item for next Thursday? That's what you're referring to?
No, it was on January 11th. It just passed, and you can follow up with it on video. That's all I have to report.
Is that right? Okay, can everybody hear me? I think I momentarily lost audio. Okay, very good. Thank you for that. Apologies there. Commissioner Lodge, your screen is frozen. Can you hear us? Can everybody hear me? Am I still on? Okay, very good. Can't quite tell. Okay, let's keep going. Would anybody else like to give a further report on anything? Yes, Commissioner Reed, please.
Yeah, Commissioner Bonderson, I had a question.
Please go. Oh, did we lose him?
Oh, I lost video of everybody but myself.
We can hear you.
You can still. Okay, very strange.
Maybe
so-
that's a message that the technology wants us to wrap things up. Who knows?
Yeah, I'll do this quick. So did you did they review 11 Anacapa at the last ABR meeting? I understand that that's something that's coming to Planning Commission for a coastal development permit and a parking modification. I was just curious if you had any comments on that.
I don't recall it. Give me a second. I'll double check. Let's see.
It was.
Anacapa. Oh, yes, you are absolutely right. And thank you for bringing that to my attention. I have it right in front of me and I missed it. 11 Anacapa, thank you. Let me go ahead and just share with you what I see here on the minutes. It did come as a new item for concept review, and it is a proposal for alterations and additions to an existing multi-tenant commercial building. Let's see. It is coming into Planning Commission, as Commissioner Reed mentioned, and it is doing so because it is required to come to Planning Commission for a coastal development permit and for parking modifications to allow 45 parking spaces rather than the required 68. Yes. So this was continued indefinitely with comments. We will be seeing it again, I'm sure. Commissioner Reed, did you want to add anything that you may be aware of? If you were following this one along?
No, I was just curious about it, Commissioner Bonderson. I wasn't sure if I had thought it was reviewed, but that's good confirmation. Thanks.
And you were right. I appreciate you bringing it up so I don't miss it. Thanks.
Anything else, Commissioner Bonderson, from your side?
Not to
Okay.
himself, but no, it looks like that's it. There was just 4 items, and those 2 are both coming to Planning Commission. Thank
Okay.
you.
I would like to mention something regarding sea level rise, though Commissioner Wiscombe and I did not have a meeting in between last Thursday and today. An interesting communication went out that I thought the commission would like to know about, was a letter from the city to the Beach Erosion Authority for Clean Oceans and Nourishment. The acronym is BEACON, B-E-A-C-O-N. And BEACON, for those of you not familiar with it, is a California Joint Powers Agency established some decades ago. And it was established to address coastal erosion, beach nourishment, and clean oceans within the Central Coast area. So the city sent a letter, and this is in conjunction with our sea level rise adaptation plan, because one of our central recommendations that our subcommittee devised and is now going forward is what's considered or called a shoreline monitoring program. And we thought it important to connect with Beacon and have this regional agency coordinate with us, or we coordinate with them, so that all of the cities and Santa Barbara County and Ventura County are working and coordinating together within the framework of sea level rise adaptation, specifically on shoreline monitoring. So that letter went out, you'll recall, Commissioner Wiscombe, and I'm really excited that we're going to be regionally partnering. This is key. We can't go it alone, as they say, and certainly in this very complex, scientifically evolving area of sea level rise adaptation, we need to work with regional partners. And then just lastly, it's really not a committee report update, but I happen to have come across and watched a very interesting webinar this morning on technology's role in advancing United States leadership. The speakers across the country were so diverse: women in ethics, McKinsey and Company, the Biden-Harris transition team. There was Senior VP of MasterCard, who is a former U.S. trade representative, and just a couple of highlights that I wanted to share with you, because we're in this virtual meeting mode for who knows how many more months, is that it was announced that the field of information technology has now surpassed the field of financial services in gross national product. In other words, the economic value of information technology. So we think here we are in GoToWebinar, right, owned by LogMeIn. This has now surpassed the economic value of the financial services market. And there was comments that there's exponential increases in technology investment, product development, and that regulatory rules are fast fading kind of in the rearview mirror, not keeping up with all of this, including, and we should all be on the alert for the fact that cyber crimes are accelerating. So security, innovation balance with security was a key theme of this webinar that I watched. Again, really fascinating. And I think we're probably all going to be getting a lot closer to all of that, both during and then even when we come out of COVID, from what I understand. So thank you for letting me share that with you. And anything else that anybody would like to report before we adjourn? I don't see any hands raised. It's now 5:51. Thanks to all, and we are adjourned until we see each other again next Thursday. Be safe, be well. Bye-bye.